Good morning. We are on the record.
Oh, did you want to look at the frame?
I saw it. Did you
Okay.
want to look?
Oh, no, I'm good. Go ahead. Just make sure my phone's off.
This is Volume 1 in the videotape deposition of Jordan Brady in the matter of State of Washington versus LLR, Inc., et al., cause number 19-2-02325-2 SEA in the Superior Court of the State of Washington, King County, and was noticed by the plaintiffs. The time is now approximately 9:01 a.m. on this 19th day of December 2019. We are convening at 5020 Campus Drive, Newport Beach, California, 92660. My name is Craig Ellingson with Buell Real-Time Reporting, LLC, located at 1325 4th Avenue, Suite 1840, Seattle, Washington, 98101. Will counsel and all present please identify themselves for the record?
Tiffany Lee for the State of Washington. I'm joined by my colleagues Joseph Kanata and Brina Roos is on the phone today.
And Anthony Todaro from DLA Paper on behalf of the witness and all defendants, and with me is Bill Florados, General Counsel of LuLaRoe.
The court reporter may now swear in the witness.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence you shall give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Brady. Can you state your full name for the record and spell it?
Jordan K. Brady, Jordan, the letter K, last name B-R-A-D-Y.
And you're aware you're being deposed in the case State of Washington versus LuLaRoe, Inc. et al. today, correct?
Yes.
Have you been deposed before?
No.
Okay. So just going over some ground rules for the deposition. So I am here today to ask you questions, and you're answering them under oath. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand today that you are testifying under the penalty of perjury.
Would you clarify the question?
Do you understand that you're testifying under the penalty of perjury today, which means you have to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason, such as being under unusual stress, a physical or mental condition, or being under the influence of any substances that would prevent you or limit you today from giving truthful answers to my questions?
No.
So there's a few differences between a deposition and typical conversation that I want to make you aware of. First, our lovely court reporter here is attempting to transcribe everything we say. In a normal conversation, folks sometimes interrupt or talk over each other, but here it's important that we wait for each other to finish asking or answering a question before the other one begins talking. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay. Second, because this is an oral transcription, our court reporter can't indicate head nods or other verbal gestures, such as ahs. So every answer should be verbal. Do you understand this?
Yes.
However, if you do need clarification of any of my questions, you need to look for me for clarification, not to anyone else. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Sometimes when I ask a question, you might, have partial knowledge or not be completely certain of an answer. For example, if I asked you the temperature right now, you couldn't necessarily tell me the exact degree, but you might be able to give me an approximate answer. Even if you couldn't, you might know it's really hot or really cold or somewhere in between. In that circumstance, and I don't know isn't really an appropriate answer, but you may give an estimate or range based on your knowledge with an explanation that it's an estimate or a range. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, if I'm entitled to complete answers, that means that you should fully and completely answer my questions. For example, if you had orange juice and a bagel for breakfast today and I asked you what you ate for breakfast, if you answered just orange juice, that would not be a complete answer. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then finally, there's nothing wrong with asking me to repeat a question or explain a term if you don't understand a question. However, if you do answer my question, I'm going to assume that you understood it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Great. So what did you do to prepare for this deposition today?
I met with legal counsel, saw a few documents, and ate a bagel.
And when you say met with legal counsel, are you referring to Mr. Todaro and Mr. Flordos?
Yes.
Was anyone else present?
Yes. Another lady, I do not remember her name.
Was it that Leona Bash?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you meet with your counsel for?
Like 5 hours.
Okay. You mentioned that you looked at the documents. What documents did you look at?
I don't know specifically.
Were they business documents?
Yes.
Emails?
Yes.
Did you look at any call transcripts?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you review any videos or recordings?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I want to talk to you about your educational background. You're the first in your family to graduate from college, is that right?
No.
Oh, no. So where did you graduate from college?
Brigham Young University, Idaho.
Okay, and what was your degree?
Business management, minor in communications.
Okay. And when did you graduate?
It would have been November of 2014.
Great. I'm going to mark for exhibit a copy of your LinkedIn profile. What number is it?
59.
So this is a printout that I just took from your LinkedIn profile.
Sure.
So let's talk about your job experience. According to this profile, you currently work at LuLaRoe in leadership and culture development. Is that your title?
No.
Okay. What is your title?
I currently do not have one.
Okay. Generally speaking, well, have you ever had a title?
Yes.
Okay. What was your title previously?
Leadership and cultural development.
Okay. And when did you no longer have a title? Or sorry, you said earlier that
Sure.
you currently don't have a title.
Sure.
And so, do you currently work at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
Okay. So, but when did you leave your role that was titled Leadership and Culture Development?
March of 2019.
Currently, what do you do at the company?
Whatever another team can't handle.
What does that mean?
We're running very lean, so if they need an extra body on a team, I step in and help where I'm needed.
So let's talk for a moment about your role in leadership and culture development. When did you first come into that role?
I don't know.
Your LinkedIn profile says November 2014. Did you have that role when you first joined the company?
No.
Okay. So let's work backwards from when you first joined the company. Can you walk me through your roles at the company from 2014 to now? And if you didn't have a title, just give me a brief description of what your responsibilities were.
I have held multiple different assignments, many of them without actual titles.
Okay.
So that's going to be very difficult. Also, I don't remember timeline to give you specifics, but I've worked in the warehouse, packing boxes. I've worked taking phone calls for customer service, and managing various webinars, gone on tour with Deanne, various project management, and a lot of those have to do with leadership and cultural development, but yeah.
Okay. When you were in your role at LuLaRoe and in leadership, culture, and development, what did your day-to-day look like?
It changed every single day.
Was part of your role, for example, being on calls with IFRs?
Yes.
Okay. What types of calls were you on a regular basis?
They were never consistent in the form of the call. Yeah.
Let me ask you this way.
Sure.
Did you ever participate in Tuesday update webinars?
Yes.
Okay. Did you help run those webinars?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use the software Zoom?
Most of the time.
Okay. What was your role on Tuesday update webinars?
Facilitator.
And by facilitating, do you mean running the back end, like the software?
Basically.
Okay. Did you ever speak on those webinars?
Yes.
Okay. What other types of webinars did you facilitate?
Q Club call. Tuesday, you said the Tuesday. So I can't remember the titles of them all.
Home office updates?
Facilitating those, yeah.
Yeah, okay. What about coaches calls?
Yep.
Train the trainers webinars?
Yep.
Opportunity calls?
That would be different than yes.
Okay. So it says here on your LinkedIn profile that your proudest moment in your career thus far would be your experience in starting a company at school that allowed you to refine and apply your marketing knowledge. Can you tell me more about that experience starting a company?
It was an assignment at school to start a closed loop business that's you could only sell to students at school. And we sold windshield covers to students who didn't want to scrape ice off their windshields.
And that was a business that you founded?
No.
Okay.
That I was assigned to help found together collaboratively with other students.
Okay. And did you help is that the same experience as managing this 12-man sales team, or was that different?
Where are you seeing this?
In your summary on page 1. It says, during my final year of college, I have managed a 12-man sales team.
That would have been at the BYU Idaho Scroll.
Okay. So you have some experience in managing salespeople.
Yes.
Did you do that at LuLaRoe?
No.
Okay. Did you have anyone reporting to you at LuLaRoe?
No.
When you're at LuLaRoe, I I understand it was a family business, but at any point did you have a supervisor?
Yes.
Who was your supervisor?
When?
Let's start in 2014.
Michael Brady.
Michael is your brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. What was his role at the time when he was your supervisor?
He ran the warehouse.
Okay.
I don't know what we called him. Called him Michael.
That's fair. And when he was your supervisor, were you working in the warehouse some days?
Yes.
Were there any other departments that you were assisting in that period when Michael was your supervisor?
Yes.
What were those?
Driving truck. A pickup truck to go get product.
When you say driving a pickup truck to go get product, do you mean picking up fabric, or
No.
what were you picking up?
Bags of product sewn at a facility in LA.
Did you have any other responsibilities in your role under Michael?
No. Well, I mean, unpacking the bags and putting them on shelves, but no.
How large was the company at that time?
Object to the form. It's vague.
How many people worked at the company at that time?
I honestly don't know.
More than 10?
I don't know.
What, more than 20?
Object.
I don't know.
Okay. Was Michael Brady always your supervisor?
No.
Who was your next supervisor?
I do not remember.
Were there times where you didn't really have a direct supervisor?
Yes.
At some point, your responsibilities shifted beyond the warehouse. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What were your next set of responsibilities, to the best of your memory?
Taking phone calls from independent fashion retailers.
Was that in 2014?
That I do not remember specifically when that was, sorry.
But that was early on in your stint at LuLaRoe.
Yes.
So you mentioned you did some work in the warehouse. You assisted in the customer service center. What was your next level of responsibility?
Yeah, that's so unclear. I don't remember. There was a lot going on. I basically floated to where I was needed.
Okay. So at some point, it seemed that you fell into a role where you were interfacing with independent fashion retailers fairly regularly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time period that was?
I was interacting with retailers regularly once I got on the phones.
Okay. And it seemed that one of the other things that you did pretty regularly was to give motivational talks or speeches.
Yeah.
Is that still part of your role at LuLaRoe?
When I'm asked to, yes.
Did you ever assist in creating materials for the IFR program?
Would you be more specific?
For example, like presentations or training materials?
Yes.
What types of presentations or training materials did you assist in creating?
Would you be more specific?
Do you recall specifically what types of materials you worked on? For example, if you're making a presentation, did you create, for example, a presentation for vision? Did you create, for example, a presentation for train the trainers?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Okay. From the November 2014 to present, has LuLaRoe been a full-time job for you?
No.
How would you characterize the time commitment of your job at LuLaRoe?
Happy time?
Do you work, would you say it's a part-time job?
It's a full-time job.
It's a full-time job.
Yeah.
Okay. What is your current compensation at LuLaRoe?
$150,000.
Per year?
Mm-hmm.
Are you eligible for any type of bonuses?
No.
Are you eligible for commissions?
No.
Have you ever sold LuLaRoe product as an independent fashion consultant or retailer?
No.
Okay. Do you receive any other benefits or compensation from your role at LuLaRoe?
No.
Okay. So I want to take a moment to go over the role and responsibilities of some others that you may have worked at LuLaRoe. What was Kenny Brady's role?
When?
Let's start in 2014.
I do not know.
2015?
I don't know when he received a title that you're asking me for.
Okay, but he did have a title at some point.
Eventually, yeah.
Okay, what was his title?
VP of Sales?
Okay. Did you work with Kenny regularly?
Yes.
Kenny's your older brother?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever do assignments for Kenny?
Yes.
What type of assignments?
I do not know specific. You're going to keep getting the same answer if you ask me that, because I literally just did what I was asked every single day. So
Okay. Would some of that involve things related to marketing?
yes.
Did Kenny ever ask you to do things related to sales?
No.
Did Kenny ever ask you to do things related to accounting?
Yes.
What types of things did he ask you to do with regards to accounting? Just give me some examples.
To help navigate payments with Audrey.
What does that mean?
It was our it's our processing system for payments.
With regards to marketing, what types of things did Kenny ask you to do?
I don't recall.
Did he ask you to go on tours?
No.
Okay. Did he ask you to help plan certain trainings?
What time frame are you asking me about?
At any time at your time at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
Did he ever ask you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. When planning trainings, so if you were asked to plan a training, for example, a Train the Trainers webinar and run it, who would have come up with the content of the training?
I don't know specifically. It changes week to week.
Would you sometimes come up with the content of the training?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have to run the content by anybody before you presented it?
Not always.
When you did have to run it by somebody, who would you run it by?
It depends who was in the office and what the topic was.
Okay. Would you ever run it by Kenny?
Yes.
What about Justin Lyon?
No.
Art McCracken?
No.
Jared Ingram?
No.
You're laughing. Why are you laughing?
Because he's my cousin. I don't run anything by my cousin. So we're best friends. So I'm just chuckling because he's my cousin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know who in the company ultimately oversaw all the trainings?
No.
What do you mean by no?
I don't know ultimately who oversaw all the trainings.
Is that because there wasn't just one person?
Correct.
Were there a group of people that generally worked on trainings?
No. Well, yeah, me. And I'm going to revert back to my original answer. No, there's not a general group of people who worked on the trainings.
Okay. What was Michael Brady's role in the company?
When?
At any time he was at the company. What do you recall him doing?
I don't know.
Did he help with marketing?
No,
Finance?
I don't know.
Council, I think you may have lost your call. I'm not
Dropped.
sure. I heard a beep.
Do you want to show them an email?
Yeah, she can hear it.
Okay.
Just keep going.
Did you ever...
I'll find out what's going on.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to some documents. I'm marking as exhibit number 60. LLR-WA 00006033.
Thank you.
So if you look at this email says it was to Jordan. And so you would have gotten this email at some point when you worked at LuLaRoe.
Yes.
Did you ever help draft these Happy Friday emails?
I don't recall.
Do you know who would have drafted these types of emails?
That changed depending on who was in the office. So no, I don't.
Generally speaking, was there a marketing team that was responsible for these weekly updates?
No.
Can you turn to the second page ending in 6034?
Okay.
If you look about a third of the way down the page, it says incentive tracking. And it says, we have developed a new incentive tracker for the 2017 incentive trip. that will be provided to you monthly. What is the 2017 incentive trip?
I don't know.
Did you ever go on the LuLaRoe cruise?
Yes.
Do you recall any other trips that you went on with LuLaRoe?
Yes.
Generally speaking, who are the Friday emails sent to?
I don't know specifically who they are sent to.
Are they sent to independent fashion consultants?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look down at the next heading, it says back orders.
Uh-huh.
And this email is from Friday, April 1st, 2016. Do you have a recollection of back orders occurring during this time period?
Not specifically.
You don't ever remember a single case of a back order?
Oh, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, what do you remember about it?
Retailers, the shipments were delayed.
Why were they delayed?
I don't
Check
know.
the form.
How often did you encounter back orders?
I don't know.
Would you say that your role in leadership and culture development was IFR facing?
Yes.
So you were dealing with customers on a day-to-day basis, is that right?
No.
Okay, so if you weren't dealing with customers on a day-to-day basis, how often were you dealing with customers?
I've never dealt with customers.
Oh, when I say customers, okay, you were dealing with IFRs on a regular basis, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How often were you interfacing with IFRs?
Every day.
Okay. Do you recall any IFRs raising to you concerns about back orders?
Yes.
Was it more frequent in the 2016 than during other periods at LuLaRoe?
I do not recall.
In this 2016 period, did you ever receive any complaints from IFRs regarding back orders?
Object is asked and answered.
What
Go
was
ahead.
that? Yeah.
Can you read the question back?
Yeah, please.
In this 2016 period, did you ever receive any complaints from IFRs regarding back orders?
Same objection.
I don't recall specifically.
If an IFR called you today and said, I didn't receive everything I ordered, what would you say to them today?
Object is an incomplete hypothetical.
Would you be more specific?
Pretend I'm an IFR.
Sure.
I call you and said, well, I ordered 33 pieces, and I got a back order slip. I'm missing 4 pieces. Can you get me those 4 pieces? What would you say?
No. You need to go through the right process and submit a ticket so we have tracking.
Okay, and what is that process?
I have no idea.
Okay, let's move on to the next page of the email. About halfway down that page, it discusses social media, LuLaRoe style lookout. And in that second paragraph down, second sentence, it says there has been, actually first sentence, there have been some questions pertaining to social media accounts while waiting in the queue. we do encourage our TEAM members who are waiting in the Q Club to build these profiles. It will allow them to prepare, get familiar with the brand, and learn to practice our social media culture. What, in your opinion, what is LuLaRoe's social media culture?
Object on form foundation. These aren't his words.
I'm
If
asking
you
for
have
his.
such an
I'm
understanding, go
asking
ahead.
for his opinion,
If
which
you
he's
have such an
perfectly
understanding.
allowed to give.
I don't have an understanding of what the practices of our social media culture is.
If I asked you what is appropriate social media etiquette and I were an IFR, what would you tell me?
Object to the form.
It would honestly depend on the retailer I was talking to, and I would ask them what their thoughts were.
So you wouldn't answer the question.
Objection. That completely misstates his testimony and is just argumentative.
I just answered the
You have
question.
an incomplete hypothetical that you presented him. What social media, what time period, who is asking?
Do you recall specific incidents about inappropriate social media etiquette that prompted this concern around April 2016?
Object to the characterization of a concern. I don't see that. Go ahead if you know.
No, I don't.
Have you ever been concerned about the way IFRs were using social media?
Yes?
How? Sorry, let me rephrase that. What were you concerned about?
I can't tell you specifically. That's personal opinion of my personal concerns.
You can share your personal concerns on the record.
Honestly, it would depend on the day and the person and thing I was seeing. So,
Just give me an example.
my personal opinions of concerns of social media,
Yes.
well, I have religious basis of what I think should be posted on social media, but I mean, things that are pornographic or things of that nature, that's obviously inappropriate on social media.
Have you ever seen anything posted by a LuLaRoe IFR on social media that concerned you personally?
Yes?
What was that incident?
I don't know.
You don't recall or you don't know?
No, I don't recall.
So if you turn to the last page of the email, or second to last page of the email, the page that ends in 6036, can you read the first paragraph out loud?
At the bottom?
At the top, please. Starting with "We love,"
What's the page number again?
ending in 6036.
Second to last paragraph?
Yeah. I know, first paragraph on top.
We love LuLaRoe and know that you do too. With that in mind, we need to have any and all uses of name LuLaRoe and logo squares approved in order for you to print or use them anywhere. We encourage you to use the brand content that we have created and will continue to create for you.
Was it always the case that the use of the name and logo for LuLaRoe required official approval?
I don't recall.
Okay. If it did require approval, do you know who would have approved it?
No.
Would you have approved it?
No. Actually, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry.
Whether you don't know whether you would have approved it.
I don't know who would have approved it.
Oh, okay. What would have happened if an unapproved use of the name or logo was discovered by you.
Objection.
So if you discovered an unapproved use of the name or logo, what would you have done?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical.
I don't recall.
So it wasn't part of your responsibilities to approve.
No.
Sorry, let me finish my question. It wasn't part of your responsibilities to approve the use of LuLaRoe's name or logo by independent fashion consultants.
Object as asked and answered.
Are you aware if anyone in the company was actually monitoring the use and approval of the LuLaRoe logo and name?
I don't recall.
Turning to the last page of the email ending in 6037. You traveled on the 2016 Inspire training tour, right?
Yes.
What was the 2016 Inspire training tour? In your words.
It honestly depended on the stop.
Generally speaking, what was its purpose?
To connect with retailers in the field.
Sorry.
Yeah, to connect with them in the field and to, yeah, I honestly don't know specifically what that was. I was a tag along.
Who else do you recall being on this tour?
It depended on the stop.
Did you travel to Seattle?
I do not recall specifically any of these stops.
Okay. Have you ever traveled to Washington on a training tour?
Yes,
How many times?
I do not recall.
More than one?
Yes,
More than two?
yes,
More than 10?
no.
Who typically attended the Inspire training tour events
You mean as attendees or on behalf of the company?
as attendees?
Independent fashion retailers.
Did independent fashion retailers ever bring guests who were not independent fashion retailers?
That I'm specifically aware of, no.
So these Inspire training tour events were intended only for IFRs?
Yes,
Okay. Did some IFRs bring their spouses? Would they have been welcome?
yes,
Did IFRs ever bring their kids?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question. Could you reread that?
Did IFRs ever bring their kids?
Object on foundation.
yeah, I don't recall. Ever? Sure.
Do IFRs have to pay to attend these trainings?
I don't know specifically. If you're asking about 2016, I don't know. Sorry.
What about today?
Yes.
Okay. Roughly, how much do they have to pay to attend these events?
I do not have a rough number.
Okay. Who would know in the company?
I do not know specifically.
Would Kenny know?
I don't know. I can't recall.
number 61.
Thank you.
I am marking for Exhibit 61, LLR-WA000-32476. Jordan, according to the email, it appears that you sent this email to Kenny on August 23rd, 2016. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the subject is Seattle training topics. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it appears to attach a Excel document entitled Seattle Training Topic Responses.xls. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you
I wouldn't say good at, but know how to do, yes.
and you did that fairly regularly?
No.
Did you did it occasionally?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do with the results of this survey?
Looks like I sent them to Kenny.
Why did you send them to Kenny?
Checked as asked and answered.
Let me rephrase. Was it to help Kenny with planning training topics at 2016 LuLaRoe Convention?
Same objection.
I don't know why I sent this email to Kenny.
Was part of your responsibilities at LuLaRoe helping to plan training topics for convention?
No.
So you never gave any input as to training topics for convention?
Check to the form.
I have given input.
Who did you give that input to?
For which convention?
How about for the 2016 convention?
I don't recall.
Do you recall who planned the 2016 convention?
No.
Do you recall if you gave input for the 2017 convention?
Yes.
Who did you give that input to?
Web.
Web?
It's our event production company.
Did you give any input on training topics for the 2018 LuLaRoe convention?
I don't recall.
What about for the convention this year?
No. Nope.
So in 2017, when you gave input to Web, that year, did you take a more active role than in other years in helping with that convention?
Yes.
What role did you take?
What's the experience hall? I had one assignment in experience hall.
What is the experience hall?
It's like a room full of little like booths with various yeah, it's like a design hall with, there's a big tree in there, there's inspirational quotes, places where retailers could write their testimonies on walls of why they love being at LuLaRoe. Yeah, things like that.
Who was it? Third-party vendors at these booths?
No,
Oh, who ran the booths?
they were self-ran.
Self-run by whom?
They were walls with questions on the walls, and they would write on the walls. They weren't monitored by.
Oh, got it. So they were just booths that were set up with various activities?
Yeah. So it's almost like a. Yeah, just various activities.
Okay. Did you help, you mentioned, one of the things that you could do was maybe write your experience and post it on the wall.
Sure.
Is that something that you helped plan?
I helped with the booth that was. What is your why?
I've seen that a lot.
Yeah.
And I've seen in transcripts that people say that you're really good at training people to tell what their why is. So tell me, what is your why? Not what is your why, but how would you train people on how to tell their why?
I would coach them to read the book Find Your Why.
What book is that?
It's a book written by Simon Sinek.
Is it a motivational book?
If you find your why, it's definitely motivational. But no, it's a workbook.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm marking as Exhibit 62 LLR-WA 000-14907. Jordan, what is this document?
Seattle Fall Inspired Tour Agenda.
Okay. It appears from the cover email that Kenny sent this to you in September of 2016. Is that right?
That's what it says.
Does this refresh your recollection or memory a bit as to what the Seattle Fall Inspired Tour included?
Outside of this schedule, no.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you were just a tag-along on this tour. Do you recall anything specific about your role during this visit to Seattle?
No.
Do you recall meeting with Ashley LaTaha or Lindsay Wheeler?
No, not specifically. I don't recall.
Do you recall anything about this trip?
That I really liked the Space Needle from the balcony.
Where were you staying?
I don't know the hotel we were staying at.
Was it rainy?
It was September.
You have an 80% chance of getting that
Yeah,
right.
sorry. I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
We've been on.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Okay. But so there was nothing particularly memorable to you about this visit to Seattle and the Seattle Fall Inspired Tour, is that right? Aside from the Space Needle.
No.
Did you also visit Spokane on this trip?
I don't remember.
So I'm handing you exhibit number 63, LLR-WA 000-14910. What is this document?
Spokane Fall Tours, what the email says, Spokane Fall Inspire Tour Agenda.
And from this email, does this refresh your recollection as to whether or not you attended the Spokane Fall Inspire Tour?
No, it doesn't.
Have you ever visited Spokane?
Yes, question mark? I don't know specifically, to be honest.
Oh, so if you look under 9 o'clock, it says Q Club non-consultant husbands. Do you see that? It's the second bullet.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. I was asking you earlier whether you recall whether any non-consultants ever attended one of LuLaRoe's tour events.
Uh-huh.
Does this refresh your recollection at all?
Yes?
Were non-consultants generally welcome at these tour events?
I don't know about this time frame. I'm sorry.
Is there another time frame that you're specifically recalling that you do remember?
Right now.
Okay. Right now, are non-consultants permitted to attend national tour events?
And not just open. You have to know a retailer and have, if they're like in the if they're like in the process of getting onboarded.
Yeah. So generally, what was the purpose of these national tours? I think you mentioned earlier that one was to meet with IFRs. Any other purposes?
To build unity in the relationships between retailers in that area. Give them updates on, I mean, it says here cruise video from what I'm reading, but like I said, it changed depending on where we were going, and yeah. Structural lifestyles, just
Was part of the purpose of these national tour events to help get the word out about LuLaRoe?
No.
Was one purpose to inspire IFRs? And
Sure.
inspire them to do what?
To take action in their businesses. When you're a business owner, it really helps to feel like you're part of something, and that sense of belonging and friendship. I mean, it's not really good for people to be alone and doing things, so we often encourage them to connect with their local other retailers and friends, and to look around and serve those around you.
So let's talk about this sense of belonging and connection
Sure.
for a minute here. It's a theme that I've heard, I've seen it. Would you say that sense of belonging and connection is a really important element of the LuLaRoe culture?
No.
So let's do it this way. If I were an IFR looking to join LuLaRoe, what would you tell me about the LuLaRoe community?
That it's a community of love, purpose, confidence, trust, and growth. And that it's really fun. And there's a lot of other people who have dreams, and I don't know, it just, like I said, it would depend on who I was talking to. And
Sure.
I personally just followed the moment there, so I don't know specifically.
Did you just mention the 5 pillars?
Hmm.
Where did you get that from?
It's on our tags.
Is that something that you came up with?
No. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know who came up with it.
When did you first recall that message of the 5 pillars being used?
I do not know specifically.
How are you doing? You okay?
I just have one more document, and then we can take a break.
Checking? Checking.
So I'm handing you exhibit number 64, LLR-WA 000167888. And this email is from Justin Lyon. And if you look at the bottom of the second line of folks,
Where?
in the 2 line, you're listed as a recipient of the email.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what this email is?
Not at a glance, no.
You can take a moment to familiarize yourself with the
Sure.
document.
Okay.
Is this an email regarding the planning of Vision 2017?
Yes.
There are some names listed on this email. I'd like to go through them. If you can just tell me who they are, whether they are an IFR, whether they work at LuLaRoe, that would be really helpful,
Sure.
as well as anything else you remember about the role. Christian Cannon,
He was an employee.
it says here he's listed after the phrase social media.
Uh-huh.
Did he do social media?
Yes.
Okay. Amelia Lyon,
Mm-hmm.
who is she?
She's my sister.
She also an employee of LuLaRoe?
No.
Was she ever an employee of LuLaRoe?
I don't recall.
What about Paige Amalung?
Mm-hmm.
My second question is, who is she?
She's an employee, or was an employee.
Do you recall what department she worked in?
Styling.
Patrick Wingett,
He was an employee.
what department did he work in?
Product production.
Lindsay Wheeler,
Not an employee.
was she an IFR?
Yes.
What was her rank?
I do not recall.
Was she a mentor?
In 2017, I don't recall what her rank was in 2017.
Was she a high-level rank? When I say high, probably not a trainer.
She was not a trainer.
Justin Lyon,
Employee.
what department?
Marketing.
Ben Ward,
Employee.
what department?
Leadership and cultural development.
Did you work with him closely?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Organizationally, was he higher than you, lower than you, and equal?
2017, equal.
Were there other folks at LuLaRoe who were part of leadership and culture development in 2017?
Christian White and Jarrett Ingram.
Organizationally, what was your relationship with Christian White?
He had the same position I did. We all just worked as a group in the leadership development team.
Okay. What about Jarrett Ingram?
Same.
And did the leadership and culture development team report to anybody? Report might be a strong word. Were they accountable to anybody? Did you have to talk with anyone specific on and let them know what you were doing?
No. No. I don't honestly recall specifically who we reported to.
Okay. Do you recall ever? So, was the leadership and culture development team given the leeway to make general decisions about your responsibilities?
Object to the form.
Yeah, would you re-ask that question?
Can you reread it?
Do you recall ever, so was the leadership and cultural development team given the leeway to make general decisions about your responsibilities?
That's a super vague question. It's confusing.
Let me try to simplify it.
Sure.
Did the leadership and culture development team ever have to run its decisions by anyone else?
Depending on what the project was, sure.
What types of projects required approval outside the leadership and culture development team?
I don't know specifically, but if we needed to purchase something for Vision, we had to get it approved through a ridiculous long stream of people.
Were there any other types of activities that you needed to get approved by others within LuLaRoe, aside from purchase approvals?
That's so multifaceted. Would you be more specific?
For example, if the leadership and culture development team wanted to put on a Q Club call, for example, and you planned a Q Club call, would you have to get that content approved by anybody outside the leadership and culture development team?
No. Q Club, yeah, yes.
Who would you have to get
I don't,
it approved by for Q Club related activities?
I have no idea. We would typically just, Ben would usually just figure that out.
Was Ben generally the one who was tasked with getting approval outside of the team if it was needed?
Yes.
But you don't recall who specifically he would have gone to?
No.
Okay. Let's continue going down the names on the list. Jason Stringfellow,
Employee?
what department?
I have no idea.
What about Syra and Manessa?
Retailers?
Chuck / Jamie Bagley.
Independent fashion retailers?
Are they husband and wife?
No.
Do you know Chuck's last name?
Yes.
What is it?
Peyton?
How do you spell Peyton?
Payton?
Art McCracken.
Employee?
What department?
Not specific.
You mean you don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
You mentioned Christian White was on the leadership and culture development team with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware
Yes.
of any other roles that he has held at LuLaRoe?
No.
Does he still work at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
What is his role now?
The same.
Bob Allender. I skipped you.
Contractor?
Okay. Generally, what does he do at LuLaRoe?
He would have been the middleman between Webb and us. Event planning.
Was Vision 2017 the only LuLaRoe event that he was involved in planning?
No.
What other events do you recall that he was involved in planning?
2017, 2018, 2019 vision. Outside of that, I don't know specifically what events he has his hand in.
But you are aware that he may have other event planning responsibilities outside of the conference?
Not specifically what his responsibility was outside of those events.
Okay. Megan Alvarez,
Employee.
what division?
I don't know. Again, super vague. I don't know. I don't recall.
Super vague in your memory. Okay.
Yes.
Brittany Hunter,
Independent fashion retailer?
you mentioned Jarrett Ingram is your cousin and best friend, right?
Not bad. I didn't say best friend. I said cousin.
Does he still work at LuLaRoe?
No.
When did he leave?
I don't recall a specific date.
What is your understanding of why he left?
He wanted to go have a relationship with his parents,
Who are his parents?
Rick and Diane Ingram.
Do they have their own company?
No.
The Knightings,
Independent fashion retailers.
what are their first names?
Amy and Scott.
Ivanovskis,
They are independent fashion retailers.
is that Tiffany and Ivan?
No. Tiffany and
Paul.
Paul, thank you.
Okay. So it appears from this email that all these folks had some role in putting on the Vision 2017 conference. Is that right?
Some role, yes.
And for your role specifically, it says next to your name, Dreams. Does that refer to the experience hall that we were talking about earlier?
Yep.
Okay. So what did you ultimately end up planning for Dreams?
A wall where people wrote down their dreams and set a goal for themselves of what they dreamt they wanted to do one day.
And were those dreams related to their LuLaRoe business?
It didn't specify what dreams they were supposed to be writing down. It said, what are your dreams?
Do you recall any specific dreams that folks shared with on that wall during this conference?
Not specifically.
So folks could write down any dream.
Yes.
So they could write, for example, I'd love to travel to Guatemala, for example.
If that was their dream and they wanted to write it down, yeah, they could write that down.
Was anybody monitoring what types of messages were posted on this wall?
I came by a couple times throughout the event to gander and to be in awe at the dreams that they were writing down. Sure.
Did you take any down?
No.
Were you aware if anyone took any of these dream messages down?
No.
Do you recall any messages where folks said, I want to do really well in my LuLaRoe business?
I don't know specifically.
You mentioned you would walk by and be in awe of what people had written down, right? Do you recall any specific dreams that stood out to you?
Yeah, there was one about a lady who wanted to, she had cancer, and she wanted to help other people with the same cancer overcome that cancer.
Did you reach out to her after the event?
No. We didn't ask them to write down their names, so that wasn't really something I probably could have done.
Got it. Let's take a break.
Going off the record, the time is 10:20 a.m. Going back on the record, the time is 10:37 a.m.
I want to talk a little bit about going back to the dream wall from Vision 2017. Did you take a picture of it, or do you know if anyone at the company took a picture of it to keep?
Yes. I don't know who took the photo. I believe there is a photo.
Good to know. Do you know where it would be? Or who would have it?
It might be on my phone, but no, outside of that.
Next exhibit. I've just handed you Exhibit 65, LLR-WA00006791. And it looks like you're the author of this top email, is that right?
Yes.
What was the Success Live tour?
It was Facebook Live training or live video selling training.
And in June of 2018, were you still in leadership and culture development?
Yes.
So on the second page, You see where the font changes? And it says Success Live Nationwide Tour. And
Yes.
then the last paragraph, it says, these events should be similar to how Super Saturdays have previously been and currently are being executed. What are Super Saturdays?
It's a retailer gathering. I don't know specifically what sort of things they discuss on there, but they're typically gatherings of retailers to help them improve their businesses.
Who organizes Super Saturdays?
No specific person.
Are they organized by IFRs?
Yes.
Typically, does anyone from home office attend?
No.
Does LuLaRoe provide any support in helping IFRs to plan or host Super Saturdays?
If the retailers ask us to.
What kind of support?
I don't know specifically.
Would they provide handouts or presentations for Super Saturdays?
If a retailer had asked for some presentation.
Is the Super Saturday designed to be a sales event?
No.
What is it designed to be?
Like I said, it depends on what the retailer's needs and why they're creating the Super Saturday. It could be various different topics.
You see in the second sentence under Super Saturday, it says, you do not have to lead this training alone. Was Super Saturday...
I'm sorry, I'm not, what page is this on?
Same page.
Uh-huh.
So after the sentence where it says Super Saturdays,
Okay.
it says, you do not have to lead this training alone. I understand when they say training, this refers to the Success Live Nationwide Tour event. Is that right?
I have the Super Saturdays. Are you asking me that if the Super Saturdays and the Success Live Nationwide Tour are associated?
Are they training events?
I don't know if the Super Saturday are specifically training events.
Okay, how would you describe what they are then?
Object is asked and answered.
Like I said, it depends on why they're creating the Super Saturday.
What might be a reason why a retailer creates a Super Saturday?
Because they want to get to know the other retailers in the local area.
Okay, so is it a social event?
Could be.
Could it be a training event?
Yes.
Could it be a sales event?
No. Well, I mean, if they wanted it to be a sales event, they could.
Okay. Later on in the paragraph that we've been reading, do you see where it says HO will attempt to provide in-person support presence?
Mhm.
HO refers to home office, is that right?
Yes.
So for the Success Live Nationwide Tour events, it appears from this email that home office, if they could, might provide a person to support the event. Is that right?
If there was someone available,
Okay.
and if yeah.
Did you ever provide support for a Success Live Nationwide Tour event?
I don't know specifically.
Did you ever travel for the Success Live Nationwide Tour?
I don't know specifically.
You don't know, you don't recall.
I don't. Sorry, in my brain they're the same thing. Sorry, I don't recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would LuLaRoe have provided a home office support person for a Super Saturday event?
Object to the form. Again, foundation.
If there was time, but typically, not usually. That's why the word attempt.
Okay. Did you ever attend a Super Saturday event?
Yes.
How many did you attend?
I don't know. I don't recall specifically.
More than 5?
No.
More than 10? Sorry. Less than 5?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically a Super Saturday event that you attended?
Yes.
Which one?
Salt Lake.
Where was it held?
The Little American Hotel.
Roughly how many people attended?
I don't recall.
Less than 10?
No.
More than 10?
Yes.
More than 20?
Yes.
More than 50?
That gets vague. I don't recall.
So more than 10, maybe around 50?
No, I don't recall specifically, but it's above 50 it gets vague, so.
Okay. Can we look at the next page ending in 6793? Do you see where it says choosing a date, choosing a venue, and registration?
Yes.
Were mentors typically responsible for helping to coordinate the logistics of the Success Live nationwide tour?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Were you responsible for coordinating the logistics?
No.
Did you visit Seattle in 2018?
I don't recall.
Do you recall tagging along to on any trips to attend any Success Live nationwide tour events?
I don't recall.
In 2018, had your role at LuLaRoe changed from what you were doing in 2017?
I don't recall.
I am marking as Exhibit 66 LLR-WA 000-32714. So if you turn to the second page of the presentation where it says Q Club expectations, what is the Q Club?
Retailers who are awaiting to be onboarded.
Is there a Q Club today?
No.
Is there a Q today?
Define Q.
Q as used in the same way as it was used in Q Club, like a wait to onboard.
There is a wait to onboard.
How long is that wait?
I couldn't tell you specifically. I know it was once, like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the length of the wait to onboard has varied over time.
Yes.
Do you remember when the Q Club first formed?
No.
Were you involved in Q Club calls?
Yes.
What are the 7 C's of trust? It's on the fourth to last page of the presentation, ending in 32726.
Let's see here.
Go back 2 pages. Oh, there you go.
Here we go. This is a graphic made off of a speech that Simon Sinek gave once upon a time.
Who's Simon Sinek?
He is the author of the book previously described, Find Your Why.
Got it. Whose idea was it to use the Simon's philosophy in the LuLaRoe business? Was that your idea?
No.
Check the form.
Okay. Do you remember who first introduced the book to you?
No.
Was it introduced to you by someone at LuLaRoe?
I don't recall.
But you do recall it being promoting the book on, not promoting, you do recall talking about the books with IFRs.
Yes.
So make sure this stays with the, because this is all one
Oh,
exhibit.
thanks.
So you get to-
Okay.
I am marking as Exhibit 7 LLR-WA 000400259. 67, sorry. Jordan, do you recognize the presentations attached to this email?
Yes.
Were they created by Team LuLaRoe? Yes.
That's what it says.
And who is on Team LuLaRoe?
I do not know specifically.
Is it led by Ashley Lataha?
I don't know specifically.
Do you recognize this as presentations created by an IFR?
Yes.
So if you look at the first page of the email, do you see there are names listed in the to line and the CC line?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Are these names of IFRs?
Yes.
Is there anyone from home office in the to or CC line?
No.
Do you see where the subject line says re-recording and slides from follow-up Zoom?
Yes.
We talked about Zoom earlier. Is Zoom like a video conferencing program?
Webinar, online meeting, yeah.
Okay. So from this email, it appears you may be forwarding the listed IFRs a copy of PowerPoints that you used during the presentation. Is that right?
Yes.
How often did you use materials created by IFRs in your presentations to IFRs?
I don't know specifically how often.
More than once?
Yes.
Pretty frequently, would you say?
Check to the front.
Not frequently.
Before you used materials created by IFRs on LuLaRoe webinars, were you required to run the IFR materials by any other departments?
No.
Were you required to run it by any of your colleagues on the leadership and culture development team?
No.
So if an IFR sent you a presentation and you thought it was great, you could decide to use it on a training if you wanted to.
It depends on the content, but it depends on the size of the webinar, it depends on the context of the webinar, it depends on what the webinar's for, it depends on what's in there. I don't know specifically in what reason or way I would ask for permission. So it depends on how I was feeling that day.
Okay. So you had you didn't have anyone looking over your shoulder in terms of, what specific presentations you were using on the webinars?
We were all in the same room, aware of the same webinars. No one was ever looking over everybody's shoulders. We worked congruently together.
Great. That's helpful, thank you. Apologize for all the paper.
We finished this with this one?
Yes.
Okay.
I am marking as Exhibit 68 LLR-WA 000444611. And this appears to be an email so if you look at the second email on the first page, it appears that Ben Ward CC'd you on an email that contained a link to a coach's call recording. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why why do you think Ben CC'd you on this email?
Check to the form. Calls for speculation.
I'm asking for your opinion on why you think he sent you this email.
I don't know. I can't recall.
This email was sent for business purposes, right?
Check to the form.
Yes.
Do you recall that LuLaRoe had a relationship with Oliver Luckett?
Jacked on foundation.
Yes.
What was the relationship?
I don't recall specifically the relationship.
Oliver Luckett is a social media expert. Is that right?
By whose standards?
How would you characterize
I-
what his role at LuLaRoe was?
Outside advisor? I don't know. I don't know specifically. I'm sorry.
Did you work with him at all?
I listened to him.
You listened to him as part of a training?
No. He was in the office various times. He spoke on stage and was on occasional webinars. So I just listened to him.
Did he speak about social media use?
Yes.
Do you recall any other topics of expertise that he spoke about?
No.
Do you recall seeing the presentations attached to this email?
No.
Who brought in Oliver Luckett to work with LuLaRoe?
I do not recall.
It wasn't someone on your team.
I don't recall.
I'm marking on it as Exhibit 69, Lindsay 009873.
Got it.
And this appears to be an email from you to Lindsay Wheeler. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you read the text above the chart out loud?
Good morning, Lindsay. Below are those on your team that have registered for leadership as of yesterday. What can I do to help you reach out to the rest of the active leaders on your team to encourage them to attend leadership in October?
We talked earlier about your role in leadership and culture development. At this time in September 2018, were you still part of that team?
Yes.
When did you leave that team?
Shortly after that,
Why did you leave the team?
I was needed in a different department,
Which department?
marketing.
When you say the marketing department, what were your responsibilities in the role that you left the leadership and culture development team for?
Whatever they were needing. I answered the question before. What team was running lean, they asked me to go there.
Got it.
Yeah.
Generally, what does the marketing department do?
They design the color palettes for social media. There's the video production department in there. There's the, there's various different things. Marketing department isn't really a marketing, it's more of a branding department.
Oh.
Mislabeled, in my opinion.
Okay, and so when you sent Lindsay this email, were you helping to plan for the October leadership event in 2018?
No.
Okay, then why did you reach out to Lindsay?
Lindsay and I were, I don't know why I specifically was reaching out to Lindsay at this time, but this was an account of the leaders on her team that I was encouraging her to reach out to see if they would like to attend leadership.
Compared to prior leadership events, was there less interest in registration for this one?
I don't know specifically.
Were you involved in encouraging mentors to encourage their teams to sign up for leadership?
According to this email, I was.
Did you ever have that responsibility outside of 2018?
I don't recall.
Sorry if I'm boring you.
No, you're not boring me. My wheels are spinning trying to figure out the timeline. You have to forgive me. My timelines are just scattered.
That's okay.
Thank you.
I'm marking for Exhibit 70 LLR-WA 000062193. You're a recipient on this email, is that correct?
Yes.
Great. And do you see where it's entitled Leadership and Development Team?
That's who it's addressed to.
Yes. From this email, does this refresh your timeline a bit as to that you were still on the Leadership and Development Team in November 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Who's Mindy Skaggs?
She is an employee at LuLaRoe.
Did you work with her closely on the Leadership and Development Team?
No.
Do you see where it mentions opportunity calls?
Where? Oh, yes.
What is an opportunity call?
It's a call describing the opportunity of LuLaRoe.
And what is that opportunity?
I am not aware. I wasn't in charge of the opportunity calls.
Who was in charge of the opportunity calls?
I do not know.
Did you ever speak on opportunity calls?
Yes.
How many?
I could not be specific. I'm sorry.
More than one?
Yes.
Who typically led the opportunity calls?
It varied depending on who was in the office and what time of year it was.
Did Mark sometimes lead opportunity calls?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. What about Deanne?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else specifically come to mind as having led opportunity calls more than once?
No.
Who's Nicole Smith?
I don't know.
You didn't work with her at LuLaRoe.
No. Well, I don't know.
You don't recall her.
I'm trying to think of these names. I don't recognize them.
That's okay.
Whitney, Lauren, Whitney.
If you turn to the second page, do you see under where it says number 8? It says someone on the training and development should do the opportunity call in Deanne's place.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is training and development a department, a team?
It was a team.
Who's on that team?
Jarrett Ingram, Christian White, Ben Ward, and Jordan Brady.
Was that that sounds like the same team as the leadership and culture development?
Isn't that what you just asked me?
Oh, the training and development.
Oh,
Is that a different team?
I don't. That was the assumption of me reading over specific words, but the leadership development team, that's who I just referred to.
Okay. When it says someone on training and development should do the opportunity call in Deanne's place, and then this email was forwarded to you and Ben and some others, was the expectation that someone on the leadership and development team would take Deanne's place on this specific opportunity call?
I don't know what Nicole is needing or why she was referring this to everybody on that email.
Do you recall leading any opportunity calls in the past 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall this call specifically?
No.
I want to talk to you for a moment about field reports.
Sure.
What do you know about them?
They're a breakdown of your team and the data on your I don't know the specific data, but I'm sure if I saw one I could show you, but based off of different data that your team is either doing, that the back office calculates, or either sales, purchases, and various different, yeah, it's just an update report for the leaders to see the numbers on their teams.
Okay. So when you say leaders, are you referring to mentors only or others in rank as well?
I don't know who has access to the report.
Okay. I'm handing you exhibit number 29 that has been marked previously for deposition. And it appears on this email, you are sending Lindsay Wheeler instructions on how to make the field monthly report. Are only mentors required to submit a field monthly report or a field report on a monthly basis?
I don't know of anybody who's required to submit field reports.
Oh, are field reports optional?
I don't know that they're optional or required.
Okay. Do you know if coaches typically fill out field reports?
I don't recall.
Did you create the video that you sent to Lindsay about field report instructions?
This one, yes.
What do you recall about that video?
Teaching her how to go through her back office, how to sort, how to look up a name, how to, if she needed to, how to calculate over months of time.
You seem like you're
basic Excel numbers like sum or sum. It's just copy and paste stuff. It's not, yeah.
Okay. You seem like a pretty software savvy guy. Was one of the things that you generally did at LuLaRoe would be, for example, to create this kind of instruction if an IFR asked for it?
Object to the attorney characterization. You can answer her question.
No. It wasn't typical for me to do this.
So you were just doing Lindsay a favor?
No. She asked for it, and she wanted guidance on how to create and understand her numbers better. And that's not a favor.
Okay.
Yeah. It took a long time.
On the marketing team, do you ever edit videos?
No.
Who edits videos?
The people on the video editing team.
Okay. But you do know how to run like Zoom video conferences, for example?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's something that you did on a regular basis at LuLaRoe?
Yes. See ya.
Go.
When did LuLaRoe first start having field trainers webinars?
I don't recall.
What is a field trainer?
That's not a name we typically use. Thank you.
I am marking as Exhibit 71, LLR-WA 000222428. You're a recipient of this email, is that right?
Yes.
Does this email refresh your recollection about a field trainers webinar being hosted on September 26, 2018?
No. But I'm speaking.
Okay.
If you're asking if I specifically remember this, no, I don't.
How was this webinar different from, for example, an update webinar?
Give me a minute. Repeat the question, please.
How is this webinar different from, for example, an update
Webinar.
webinar?
An update webinar usually consisted of updates on product or upcoming events or just depending on what was happening in the week before or some things that they might need to know for the upcoming week.
Was the update webinar open to all IFRs?
Yes.
What about train the trainers webinars? Who were they open to?
Trainers?
Did you come up with that name?
No.
What about coaches webinars? Who were they open to?
Coaches? I mean, let's be honest, those links weren't private, so if anybody had them, we can't really tell who's on them and who's not. But they're named associates who they were for.
Who LuLaRoe intended them for,
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. So for this field trainers webinar, how was this different from the types of calls or webinars we just discussed?
I'm sorry, would you re-ask that question?
Yeah. I'm trying to understand why this is called the field trainers webinar and how it was different from the other calls.
So, We had a lot of trainings back then, and we still do. It's just whether they were together or separate. How did they differ? Most of the time they didn't. They were just told to different groups of people.
Okay. So were field trainers a specific group of people within the leadership ranks?
I don't know what a field trainer is.
Who would have been the audience for this webinar?
Trainers.
Oh, trainers.
Yes.
Got it. All right, so this webinar was intended for trainers.
I don't know, without reading the whole transcript, I can't tell you who this webinar was for. But I can tell you that title is not one that we use at home office.
Okay. Okay. So if you turn to the page ending in 22443, and you go down about 10 lines, there's a sentence starting with, "So Lindsay Wheeler."
Okay?
Can you read from there to the end of the paragraph? Out loud.
Give me some context first.
Oh, yeah,
Give me a
sure.
minute. No, not you. Let me read real quick for a minute before I
Okay.
answer that. Okay, where would you like me to look again, please?
Starting at "So Lindsay Wheeler."
Okay.
Or Art McCracken mention anything about a leader's efforts needing to be duplicatable?
Yes?
In what context?
Well, like their time management, their knowledge of the product, just basic things. Yeah. I don't know specifically what they would have referred to, if that's what you're asking.
But you heard this concept of,
Not of a leader.
not of leader, but of whom?
Just generally, you want to have a replicatable business.
What do you mean by replicatable business?
I don't know what the company's definition of replicatable business is.
What is your understanding of what it means?
To replicate means to repeat, or to, what's the legal I don't know what the legal definition of replicate, but to repeat, or to mirror, or I don't know.
So in that context, using your words, is it fair to say that LuLaRoe wanted IFRs to run their business in a way that could be repeated by other IFRs as well?
Object on form and foundation.
I don't know what they were referring to.
What were you referring to when you said repeatable?
Repeatable means to repeat, to do again.
Do again in the context of one IFR being able to replicate what another IFR is doing?
I mean, that's what replication means.
So earlier you had talked about the link. Sorry, my mic fell off. The link for webinars not being private. Is that right?
Object to the form, misstates.
If I send a link, or we send a link, or whoever sends a link of any kind to somebody else, and they send it to someone else, that's the definition of private, right? So intent as opposed to who it was being shared with are two totally different things.
Okay. So is it possible that Tuesday Update webinars, is it possible that Train the Trainers transcripts could have been shared with people who were not trainers?
Object to the form, there are transcripts.
Yes, it is possible.
Is it possible that transcripts of coaches' calls could have been shared and viewed by someone who was not a coach?
Same objection.
It's possible.
Generally speaking, in the recording of calls to IFRs that you were involved in, were any links made private?
I don't recall.
Generally speaking, were the links public?
I don't recall. Like, what do you mean by public or private? I understand what public and private means, but there's a whole process to developing the link, so it...
Okay. So for trainers and coaches calls, did you ever go through the process of making the link private?
No.
Okay. Did you ever go through the process of making the link private for any webinar that you were involved in?
To test the theory of if we could, yes. I mean, there's multiple faceted systems in Zoom. So
What about in practice?
what do you mean in practice?
In practice, like for a coach's call, did you
oh,
ever
you mean
regularly?
actual implementation?
Yes.
I don't recall.
So why did LuLaRoe create transcripts of webinars with IFRs?
Check to the form.
Why? Repeat the question.
So, I mean, so this is a transcript
Sure.
of a call that happened, right?
Objection misstates the document intentionally now.
So is this, was the, sorry. So if you look back to the email, the cover email, for Exhibit 71, the email states, "Hello, please attach the transcript for the above mentioned event." Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Is the document attached the transcript that is referred to in this email?
Object to the form.
I don't see the link on the front of this email, so I can't confirm or deny that fact.
Do you see where it says attachment? Attachments 092618_LuLaRoeFieldTrainers.docx?
Yeah.
Right. That document is the document LR-WA00024222429.
How do I know that? And I don't mean to be confrontational. I'm just asking, like...
Yeah, and just to be clear, the nature of my objection is not to try and suggest anything that this attachment isn't associated or that the email didn't call it a transcript, but it's a captioning. So that's what it is. That's all my objection is.
Okay.
As we saw from the text, there's tons of gibberish and typos in here. So it is what it is.
So was this created for business purposes? Was the document ending in 22429 created for business purposes?
Yes.
What was that business purpose or purposes?
To attach... well, I mean, it's multifaceted. It was... from my understanding, the only reason that I was involved, that we had closed captioning, was to help the deaf community who were possibly watching that webinar.
Yeah. And so LuLaRoe actually has a number of IFRs who are deaf, is that right?
Yes.
And to communicate with those IFRs, LuLaRoe provides closed captioning for webinars, is that right?
Oh, or sign language. Interpreters, yes.
Generally speaking, did you ever post copies of captioning records or transcripts of calls to a website, such as LuLaRoeFashionFund.com?
No.
Did you ever post them to any other public site, or sorry, any other site that retailers could access?
They would have been linked to the video. They would have like been embedded. We wouldn't have posted the caption.
Got it. So did you post, were the videos posted on a site that was available to retailers?
It depends on what the video was and what it was recorded for, time of day, context. It's all situational.
Okay. Let's talk about Tuesday update webinars for a minute.
Sure.
Was that a video that was typically posted to a site made available for IFRs?
No.
Okay. What about coaches' calls?
Don't recall.
Were they sometimes posted?
It depends on context or training requests. So if we would receive requests to get it, or if, yeah, it depends on the relevance of the training.
Okay. So if you got a training request to have it posted, where would it be posted?
LuLaRoeFashionFund.com.
Okay. Let's talk about LuLaRoeFashionFund.com for a minute. What was the purpose of that website?
I don't know when it was created.
I didn't ask you when it was created, but like, what was it for?
I don't know what the purpose of it was when it was created. Right now, it's a place to put training content and inspirational thoughts and tools and assets for retailers to access to help better their businesses.
Okay. What about LuLaRoeFashionFundamentals.com? What is that website for?
It's the same thing, isn't it?
I asked you about LuLaRoeFashionFund.com versus LuLaRoeFashionFundamentals.com.
I don't believe FashionFundamentals.com is a website we...
Oh, okay. So it's LuLaRoeFashionFund.com is the website that you're aware of?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of LuLaRoeCustom.com?
No.
What about LuLaRoePromo.com?
It sounds familiar, but I don't know what it's for.
Okay. LuLaRoeSupply.com?
Yes.
What is that?
I don't know what it is now, but what it was is a place to buy merch with the LuLaRoe logo on it, or maybe fun T-shirts we had at an event that the public couldn't have, or things like that.
Okay. Are you aware of any mobile apps that LuLaRoe currently has or has had in the past?
Yes.
What apps are you aware of?
LuLaRoe Events app. I believe retailers have a Bless app, which is basically just a processing app.
Was the LuLaRoe Events app used for events like Vision?
Yes.
Was it used for anything else?
Leadership and cruise. And basically anything else that the events team needed to use it for.
Was the Bless app used for anything aside from processing transactions?
I don't have access to the Bless app because I am not an independent fashion retailer, so I don't know the answer to that question.
Are you aware of any other apps put out by LuLaRoe?
No.
Did you sometimes share copies of closed captioning or transcripts with IFRs who asked for the transcript?
I cannot confirm or deny. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you sometimes share copies of transcripts with IFRs who missed a particular training and wanted to see a transcript?
I cannot confirm. I don't recall.
Oh, there it is.
There's a spot for a short break. I just need to use the restroom at some point. I don't think we need a full break.
I have 2 minutes.
That's fine.
Okay. I don't want to keep you waiting if you really need to go.
No. I'd let you know if we got to that point.
Fair enough. I've been known to just run through.
Thank you.
I'm marking as exhibit number 72, LLR-WA000500731. Jordan, are you a recipient of this email?
Yes.
And what do you understand the attachment to this email to be? Or sorry, what is the attachment?
Attached transcript for the above mentioned event is what the email says, and above that it says LuLaRoe Field Trainers, just like the last one.
Okay. So this is it appears that the field trainers webinar happened more than once, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the page ending in 50743? Who's Monday?
I'm actually asking myself that question.
Okay. If you look on the page ending in 50733, your responsibility is to help find speakers for the calls?
Sometimes.
And to prepare for the calls, generally, did you give retailers any sort of direction or preparation?
I would typically ask them what they think the field could really use right now and what your portion of what you feel like you're doing really well at and what do you feel the field could hear right now. And then I would tell them when it would be, how long they should speak, and if they have any questions, they can hit me up before, and I'll send you the link.
Okay. So your preparation with a retailer who might be speaking on a call would typically involve a phone call?
Yeah.
Okay. And any other communications?
If they had any questions, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Any specific instructions that you would give a retailer who was invited to speak on a call?
Yeah, get on 10 minutes before to make sure your computer works, and that you have the app installed on your phone for if you're doing it from your phone. Just basics on how to Zoom is finicky.
Did you ever give a retailer who was invited to speak on a call any instructions as to content?
I don't remember specifically.
Were there things that you typically told retailers not to say on a call?
Not typically over and over and over again.
You're thinking of some examples where it might have happened once?
Yeah, talking about my parents' divorce or questions that come through about my parents' divorce. That's personal.
Okay. Outside of topics of a personal nature, were there any other topics that you instructed retailers not to talk about?
I don't recall.
Do you recall receiving any instruction from anyone else in home office as to what retailers should or shouldn't say on a call?
Yes.
What instructions?
I mean, following policies and procedures, things of the nature of income claims or lifestyle claims.
And when did you receive these instructions?
I don't remember. I don't
Was it
recall.
recently?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Actually, to clarify, I don't know if I ever actually received instruction to tell retailers what to say. It was more so putting that together in my head.
Got it. I want to ask you, so on the page ending in 50743, almost said Anthony.
Yes.
It says, Jordan, love it, how large is your inventory? Do you see that? Inventory a retailer should carry?
I don't know if they ever have taken an official stance, no.
Thank you. We can go off the record.
Off the record, the time is 11:53 a.m.
Just because I'm supposed to disclose things.
Going back on the record, the time is 12:12 p.m.
Thank you.
Jordan, are you aware of LuLaRoe's consignment program?
Yes.
What is it?
It doesn't exist anymore.
What was it when it existed?
I don't know the parameters, the requirements of how it worked, but it was something. Where retailers could they could join and LuLaRoe would help match, or I don't know specifically, I'm sorry.
Okay. Looking at this email, did you receive this email in connection with your role at LuLaRoe?
I was just asking myself, I don't know what this email is, so I don't know why I would be receiving this email.
Is your email jordan@lularoe.com?
It is?
Okay. Is there any reason to believe that you didn't receive it?
No.
Okay. In this email, Jonna Murnone, does that name ring a bell for you?
No.
Okay. Well, it appears that he or she is writing you regarding a consignment payment that he or she made on the phone for $500. Do you see that?
I made a consignment payment on the phone with support for $500. Yes.
Okay. And then if you read further on my email, it appears that there might be a problem with the payment not posting to your account.
Where does it say that?
Do you see sort of bottom of the paragraph? I have another payment I would like to make, but will not do so until my $500 payment is accounted for. I would greatly appreciate if you could fix this problem.
Okay.
you said in the early days you sort of were doing a variety of roles at LuLaRoe.
Yes.
And that at some point you were in a retailer-facing role.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you have received this email from a retailer as part of your role in customer service?
Perhaps.
And do you see the attachment to this email, which is on the next page? It appears to be perhaps a screen capture of a bank account record. Do you see that?
Yes.
I guess, how often did you hear about payment posting errors when you were in your customer service role?
I don't recall how often.
Do you recall that sometimes payment errors happened?
This is in regards to consignment, to which I don't recall being a part of. And currently I was just thinking this could have been blasted to multiple @LuLaRoe email addresses trying to get, so I have no idea why this was sent to me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you recognize the name Leslie Mays
No,
or Jonna Murnone?
I don't.
Okay. Do you recall whether it was typical in customer service for emails to be, in your words, blasted to multiple people to try to get a response?
Not typical, but it did happen on occasion.
Okay. Oh, what is this email?
Thank you.
I've just handed you exhibit number 72, LLR dash, sorry, 70,
74?
oh, you're right. Sorry, so the one ending in 12964 was 73, and the email ending in LLR-WA000333080 is exhibit 74.
Yes.
I was just clarifying for the record. Do you see on September 8th, 2016, you wrote, "Can we get her a refund ASAP? She got charged, but her order never went through and she never received an order receipt. Nothing is in Audrey showing this either." Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. You had mentioned earlier that one of your roles was working with Audrey. Right.
Yes.
What was your responsibility with regards to Audrey when you were working with Audrey?
It was retailers would ask if Audrey was brand new when I was working with her, and I only worked her for a very limited time.
When you say her, you mean Audrey.
I refer to her, sorry.
That's
Yes,
okay.
I only worked with Audrey.
It's a
Thank you.
female name.
Yeah, I only worked on Audrey or with Audrey, the system, for a limited time, and when I did, it was comparing retailers' back-end reports to deposit reports, and then telling Kenny about them.
So were you looking for discrepancies between the back-end reports and the deposit reports?
I don't remember why I was doing that.
Okay. This appears to be an email where you were asking Michael Brady to get a retailer a refund. Is that right?
That's what it would look like on the email.
Okay. And so would this be an example of a discrepancy that you may have found when you were working with Audrey?
No,
What is it then?
this is a order for product, and I don't know why she wouldn't have received a receipt or what the scenario was here, but the end result in this email looks like that she got charged, but her order never went through. This doesn't have anything to do with what I was doing in regards to Audrey.
Okay. What system was used to process orders?
Audrey.
Okay.
I don't say that with confidence, just so you know.
Do you recall encountering other instances like the one that's described in this email?
Yes.
How often?
I don't recall how often.
Was Audrey pretty buggy?
Yes.
What kinds of bugs do you remember?
I don't recall specifically what kind of bugs.
Okay. Were payment posting errors a bug that you encountered with Audrey?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Any other kinds of accounting errors?
I don't know specifically.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've handed you Exhibit 75, Lindsay 020309. I'm going to ask you some questions about the email, the email from Whitney Henn on the bottom of the first page.
I'm sorry, do you want me to read it?
Yeah, can you read it?
Oh, out loud, okay.
Oh, no, you didn't just read it to yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Would you characterize Whitney's email as a complaint from a retailer?
Not specifically, no.
What would you say her email is, if not a complaint?
There's words of consideration in here as well of giving us updates, so it's multifaceted. I don't know specifically what her intent.
Well, I'm not. So when you received this email, what would you have done with it?
Object to the form.
This email was from me sent to Lindsay Wheeler. And it looks like it was from John to me to Lindsay Wheeler? Question mark? I don't know.
So let's just talk about what. Do you know Whitney Hen?
No.
Okay. You've never met her.
There's thousands of retailers that I meet each week. I have no idea who she is.
Okay.
Or
So
retailers get in, there's a queue, and they're scheduled at a certain time, depending on how many retailers get onto the system at the same time to prevent the system from dropping. It creates a queue. I don't know how it does that, or how the queue works, or whatever, or who gets in at what time, or how any of that works. And that's the end of my knowledge of how that works. I don't know anything IT or algorithm outside of that. So basically, it's like Amazon. So if there's too many people who are getting on Amazon, instead of crashing, it creates an automatic queue.
Okay.
Right? And that's all I know how that works.
Are launches only open for like a specified period of time?
No, they're open until they sell out.
Okay. Do you know roughly how large launches are in terms of the number of pieces?
No.
You said that there were specified times that retailers could log in to purchase inventory from launches. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How often do those sales occur?
The launches,
Yes.
I don't know how often. It's very unspecific.
Okay. What team would be at LuLaRoe have knowledge about launches?
It depends on which launch it is, if it's a capsule or if it's a mainline reload or something like that. It depends on, it's all, again, multifaceted.
Okay. Tell me more about what a capsule is.
Valentine, so if it's like a themed, that's what we call a capsule.
So like seasonal merchandise, for example?
No, it's like themed, so
Themed.
it could be black and white charcoal. It could be Valentine's. It could be a capsule we did with a collaboration with another company. It's capsule, so it's basically just limited.
How is that different from a mainland reload?
So mainline reload?
Sorry, mainline reload.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's say, for instance, we have denim, and denim sells out. We get more denim in, and we upload it into the system.
Okay. So when you say mainline, are you referring to like the staple pieces that LuLaRoe generally carries?
I'm referring to pieces that aren't part of capsules.
Okay.
And I use that term generally without clarification of what the warehouse calls it.
Do you know how many times a year LuLaRoe releases capsules?
No.
Is there any difference in the return policy for capsules versus mainline products?
I don't know.
Who would know?
I don't know. Policies and procedures?
Is there a policies and procedures department?
Yes.
Who runs it?
Austin Stidham?
Do you know where the department sits within LuLaRoe? Like, for example, like what department it's under?
No.
Okay. Do retailers have to pay to attend the cruise?
No.
So LuLaRoe covers all expenses for retailers who qualify?
On the cruise, yes.
Okay. What about the cost of, I think earlier we mentioned, or maybe your dad mentioned yesterday that the convention, do retailers have to pay to attend convention?
Yes.
How much do they have to pay?
It depends on the year and the size of the retailers and the size of the event and the venue cost requirements.
Okay. Generally, what has been the range?
It's changed every year, so 150 to 200.
Okay.
Yeah, and it changes throughout the year. Like it's not there's a ticket price, and then there's various ways to, yeah.
So, like, for example, if you buy early, you might get a discount price?
Yeah.
Are there any other LuLaRoe events that retailers have to pay to attend?
I think earlier I indicated leadership.
And that happens 3 times a year?
Depends on the year and whether we have the venue or not, or yeah, it just depends on the year.
Have you ever been involved in planning leadership?
Yes.
Have you ever delivered a presentation at leadership?
An intro presentation.
When was that?
January of last year. This year, excuse me, January 2019.
Do you recall ever working with Dustin Bloom?
Yes.
What was your relationship with him?
To have him build surveys. It was he was an outside support offering for surveys.
He conducted 3 surveys?
I don't know specifically how many surveys he conducted.
What was the subject of those surveys?
Vision event, short following post vision event, and long-term post following vision event.
Okay. Whose idea was it to conduct the surveys?
I don't know.
It wasn't your idea, though.
I remember it being talked about, but I don't know if it was my idea to conduct that survey, no.
What was your involvement with the surveys?
To talk to Dustin Bloom and to get the information to the team.
Okay. Were you the primary contact at LuLaRoe with Dustin?
No,
Who was the primary contact?
there wasn't a primary contact. It was like he came to the office and met a bunch of people and became friends with us, so it depends on who was talking to who.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, more back. Take that.
Thank you.
Is that just one copy? Yeah.
This is just one copy.
And, hold on a second. 10102. Okay, you might just need to pass that over to Anthony. I don't know why there's not another copy there. I just handed you Exhibit 76. LLR-WA000101003. Did you receive this in connection with your role at LuLaRoe?
Which role?
I mean, any role at LuLaRoe.
Well, I was working at LuLaRoe, and my name is on the email. So my assumption would be yes, I received this.
And there's no reason to believe that you never received this.
No. Just to clarify, received and read are two totally different things.
Okay.
Dustin Bloom's emails usually ran on forever, so
Would it be fair to say that, well, do you know if you read this particular report that's attached to this email?
I don't know.
Do you say I don't know because you don't remember, or you don't know so you're pretty sure you never read it?
I can tell you right now, in regards to the length of this stack of papers, I probably didn't read it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you recall discussing the results of any of Dustin's surveys with others at LuLaRoe?
I recall hearing a conference phone call of him talking about this in high level and why we should dive into it. And that's about it.
Did you have any strong feelings about whether you should dive into it further?
I don't remember my feelings from 2017.
Okay.
These are interesting, though.
Can you turn to... Fair enough.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Dustin Bloom was in and out often, and he was multi-contacted. All I know is he was really smart, and his numbers and surveys, and he wanted to surveys. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you recall how Dustin's surveys were used at the end of the day?
No, not specifically, because I wasn't the one that was making the decisions on this. This went to multiple people.
Who would have been making decisions on this?
Well, considering Art McCracken, Kenny, and Ben and I are all on this email, I don't know.
Could it have been one of them?
I could have.
Okay. Do you have a guess as to who it most likely would have been?
No. Especially in 2017.
Okay. I'm going to hand you another version of the survey.
Oh, geez, sorry.
Napkin by chance.
That's all we got. I got right here.
Should we go off the record for a second?
Just a quick second. So we
Off the record, the time is 12:42 p.m.
So I've just
Sorry.
handed...
Going back on the record, the time is 12:43 p.m.
I've just handed you Exhibit 77, LLR-WA000424492. Did you receive this email in connection with your role at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
Do you recall this email?
Not specifically, but yeah, I don't recall specifically this email. But I know what this email's for.
What is the email for?
Preparation for Vision 2018.
And so it appears that Dustin may have done a survey. Is that right?
Excuse me, the microphone came on. Dustin did multiple surveys.
Okay. Did people at LuLaRoe appreciate his work?
You would have to ask them.
Did you think that his surveys were useful?
No,
Why not?
because LuLaRoe moves very quickly, and by the time he delivered them, they were outdated.
Looking at the attachment to that email, it's the report, default report. If you look towards the end of the report at the page ending in 4242514, there's a line in the middle that starts with your name.
42514.
42514. It's towards the end of the report.
Back.
It's a chart. So, did you do anything in front of a crowd at Vision?
Yeah,
What did you do?
bounced my butt off.
You don't think that was a presentation, or was that a...
That wasn't presentation. There was me and dozens of other people on stage
Dancing.
dancing.
Was it fun?
Yeah, dancing's fun.
Did you ever play a role at LuLaRoe events where, the goal was just to hype people up?
Yeah,
Did you do that a lot?
yeah.
Sounds like you're pretty good at it.
People seem to reply about it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. I don't know if these were attached to each other, sorry.
Yeah. Those go with the.
All of this goes with
Yeah,
this,
goes
okay.
together.
Just gotta keep the same process going here. Thank you.
Okay.
Yowza.
I've just handed you exhibit number 78, which is LLR-WA00011-400. And here Dustin appears to be sending you and others at LuLaRoe a couple of very long reports. Is that right?
Looking at a 1-inch thick stack of paper, that assumption would be correct, an extensive report.
Okay. This was sent in June of 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving these very large reports?
Scope Research Service 1 through 3. Vague recall, yes.
What do you recall about it?
I don't know. I'd have to read the front of this email to recall why I'm receiving this email, so.
Please, go ahead.
Okay.
Can you reread my question?
What do you recall about it?
This, according to the email, it looks like he is closing out the 3 surveys that he put together.
Did you meet with Dustin or anyone else at LuLaRoe about these final reports?
No.
Did anybody, are you aware of anybody taking a look at these reports and doing anything because of them?
No. I'm aware that I didn't meet with anybody because of these reports.
Okay. Did you read the reports?
I would assume I did, but I don't remember specifically reading these reports. The only reason I would make assumption is because I vaguely remember having a discussion in preparations for Vision about something that we need to prepare, and if we need to know something, we should look at the reports from before.
And did you look back at the reports?
I don't remember specifically if we did.
Okay. Can you turn to the page of the first report ending in 11442?
Okay.
Questions?
I don't know specifically those discussions, but I do recall those discussions happening.
With whom?
It's a general discussion in coaching. How can we help retailers achieve their goals?
Okay. So is that something that you tried to help retailers do in trainings?
I wouldn't have specifically helped train them, not enough to make an influence like that. That would have been something more of one of their leaders in the field would have been doing.
Okay. Are you aware of the change to the leadership bonus plan that happened in July of 2017?
I'm aware that there was a change. I don't know when it was incorporated.
What is your understanding of that change?
That there was a change. That retailer bonuses would go from purchasing to sales.
And why was that change happening?
I do not know. Thank you.
Did you notice, following the change in the bonus policy, did you observe anything about former leaders not achieving their rank?
Yes,
What did you observe?
that they weren't achieving their rank.
And were you concerned about this?
It wasn't my place or weight of voice to have an opinion about that.
But it sounds like you had an opinion.
It was an observation in the change, so yeah.
Okay.
I don't, to what end of the concern, I don't remember.
Do you recall discussing the concern with anybody?
There was so many discussions around that time about everything bonus plan, so I don't remember specifically, no.
Do you recall it being like a very hectic period at the company?
No, it's never really been hectic. I take it day by day. Ooh,
So much paper.
close call.
So I'm handing you Exhibit 80, LLR-WA0001760H. And it appears from this email that you sent Aaron Lewis a request for a report for a list of people who qualified as coach in July.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall making this request to Aaron?
No.
Why do you think you made the request?
I was probably asked by Kenny to reach out to Aaron to get the report.
Did you personally do anything with this report once you got it?
I don't remember.
Okay. Are you familiar with, so on the second page of this, the attachment to this email,
Yeah.
it appears there's a list of those who qualified as coaches.
Okay.
And if you look at the, I've just handed you Exhibit 81, Lindsay 023262. So it appears from some of the emails further down in the chain that you reached out to mentors to ask for feedback in putting together a leadership event. Is that right?
Is my reach out on the second page? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, is that a correct characterization of this email? And if not,
Well, I don't know. Hold on. November 20th, 2018. So it looks like I made a request. Hold on. On the 26th of November, it made a reply on the 29th and got a reply from her. That's 29th of December on the 3rd of December.
yeah. And so were you doing this as part of, well, had you reached out to Lindsay and other mentors as part of your preparing for leadership?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that you sought feedback from mentors on a number of questions. And so do you see where it says, do you see how in this email your questions are listed with dashes in front of them, and it appears that Lindsay has written her responses below those?
Sure. On the first page? First
Yeah.
and second, yes.
Yes, okay. Do you see, it's your third question down on the first page. What do you feel mentors need at this leadership?
Okay.
Can you read Lindsay's response out loud?
Open communication and real talk on what's coming. We are here. We have weathered the storm. We want to have the confidence about the future and real timelines to reinforce what that confidence. What and when is coming? What is LuLaRoe doing on their end for the brand and PR?
What is your interpretation of what Lindsay was trying to communicate when she said weather the storm?
I don't know what she's referring to at that moment. It's 2018 December. I don't know what she was meaning at that moment.
Do you think she may have been referring to the change in the leadership bonus plan?
Object is asked and answered, so I didn't know.
I can't answer that for her.
Okay. Can you read out loud her answer to the question, what do you feel coaches need?
Yes. To feel, what do you feel coaches need? To feel important and encouraged to grow again. Many coaches aren't hitting and aren't even close, so it may seem like a mountain they cannot climb.
So Jordan, we just looked at a spreadsheet that you had requested from IT that showed a number of mentors who weren't hitting mentor rank after the change in the leadership bonus plan. Is that right?
Yes.
Were there also coaches who weren't hitting their rank in the same time period?
I don't object as misleading. Prior document was 15 months earlier.
I don't know specifically.
What do you think, what's your interpretation, your opinion on what Lindsay means by many coaches aren't hitting?
This could mean a number of things. It could be personal sales, it could be personal growth, it could be a number of things. I don't know what she's specifically meaning here, I'm sorry. And also, my guess is this is a conglomerate generalization of her questions to somebody else. So I don't honestly know what she means here.
So you're not sure if it's her opinion or she's summarizing other folks' feedback?
Knowing Lindsay is probably a summary. She doesn't just make things up. So
So I'm marking for exhibit 83. No, sorry, 82. LLR-WA 000-22554.
are these two separate? Yes, they are. Okay.
So in Exhibit 81, we had looked at Lindsay's response to your email for feedback prep for leadership. And here it looks like you got a response from Danielle Russell. Is that right?
Yes.
What rank is Danielle Russell? Do you know?
She's a mentor.
And if you turn to the second page, it says the same question as we talked about previously. What do you feel coaches need? Can you read Danielle's responses out loud?
Beyond feeling appreciation, which is improving, how to share information from the coaches call without giving too much away, how to encourage their trainers to hit rank again.
So this concept of hitting rank has come up a couple of times in the last few emails. Is it your perception that after the leadership bonus plan changed, that many leaders were not hitting the same ranks as they were previously?
I don't know if those two are correlated.
Fair enough. You don't know if they're correlated. Was it your observation that there were some instances of leaders not hitting rank after 2017?
Yes.
We can take a break.
Off the record, the time is 1:12 p.m. Going back on the record, the time is 1:47 p.m.
So I'm going to mark two exhibits. Exhibit number 83 is the video Bates number 005772, and I'm just marking the cover sheet for a placeholder for the record.
Thank you.
And I'm marking as exhibit number 84 LLR-WA 000-15281. Jordan, how often did you partake in Train the Trainers webinars?
Whenever I was asked to.
Did Train the Trainers webinars happen on a weekly basis?
Yes.
Do you recall around when you first started to be asked to partake in the Train the Trainers webinars?
No.
Was it when you joined the Leadership and Culture Development team?
Unclear.
Who asked you to partake in the Train the Trainers webinars?
That's unclear.
Would it have been Kenny?
Could have been. Depend like, I've answered this a little bit different ways. So, but it depends on the week, who's there, what the topic is, and who's training.
Did you do train the trainers calls regularly?
I was asked to regularly. Yes.
And typically, as part of the trainers calls that you did you broadcast them on Zoom?
Yes.
Did you ever broadcast them via a different conferencing method?
I don't recall.
And when you did the train the trainers call, would you send out a link to the call to trainers ahead of time?
The link remained the same, so I don't know whether we sent it out to them ahead of time regularly.
And train the trainers, you mentioned earlier that train the trainers calls were done on a weekly basis. Were they typically done on Wednesdays?
I don't remember which day. We
Do you
had
remember?
a lot of webinars. When was this held? On a Wednesday? That's not unlikely. That would have changed. So, Wednesdays.
Were they typically held at the same time and same day each week?
Yes.
So take a look at Exhibit 84. Did you receive this email while you were at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
And it appears from the email that Kelly Froth is sending you, in her words, transcripts from today's webinar. Is that right?
That's what it looks like. We're going to need to go off record because this is not going to stay. Hold on. Got it. I got it. We're good.
Just don't breathe.
Please repeat the question.
And it appears from the email that Kelly Froth is sending you, in her words, transcripts from today's webinar. Is that right?
Yes.
In looking at the transcript, which ends in the number 15282, it appears that there are two IFRs that were helping you with this presentation. Shannon Goyne, is that how you pronounce it? And Ashley Lataha?
Yes. That's not how their names are spelled, but yes.
How are their names spelled?
I don't know how you spell Shannon Gwynn's name because it's very confusing, but Ashley Lataha is correct.
Okay. Can you take a look at your screen, which is Exhibit 83? Who is this individual?
Shannon Gwynn?
Is she a mentor?
Yes.
And who is this individual?
Ashley Lataha?
And she's a mentor, right?
Yes. Was this in 2017?
Oh, I'm just asking if she's ever been a mentor.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to play you a video starting at the minute 127. Is this you?
Yes.
Play.
4 U, 300, and now 20 trainers on here here. So with that, I want to start with introductions. We'll start with Shannon and then on to Ashley. Shannon, tell us a little bit about your background, how long have you been in the business, and maybe your why statements.
In your opinion, that's not a why statement.
In my definition from Simon Sinek's book, that's not a why statement, but whether that's her why, for me to judge whether that's her why is not, it's not my place to judge her.
Did you call any discussions with any other employees at home office about what should or shouldn't be said by retailers on calls?
Yeah, I think I answered that earlier with income claims and lifestyle claims.
Had you had that discussion prior to this video occurring?
I don't know.
If you had had that discussion prior to this video occurring, would you have spoken with Shannon after the call?
I don't know. It all honestly depends on context and the day.
Yeah, I mean, based on this context, seeing
Sure.
this today, what would you do?
She's a mentor. They're both mentors, right? They prepared the training themselves based off of a topic that they felt that the field should hear. When was this? It was 2017. I'm not mentoring mentors at this point, so I wouldn't have said anything.
Who was mentoring mentors at this point?
It varied. It could have been a number of people. It could have been Kenny. It could have been Art. It could have been, yeah, it could have been one of those two.
So even though you were facilitating the Train the Trainers calls and interfacing with mentors, you wouldn't have necessarily had the responsibility at this time to mentor and mentor.
No.
So I'm going to play a clip starting at the minute 12:15.
And what page is that on? Do you know?
Give me a second. Let me play it and then I'll try to find the spot for you.
3 questions. I'm going to ask to close the Q&A. Please don't submit any more Q&A for now until I open it. Until I say open, then you can ask some more. So we have 35.
I paused at 12:26. You just mentioned that you closed the Q&A. Were Q&As a typical part of the Train the Trainers webinars?
Yes.
How did you run those?
They came up on the screen. They were very invasive, and the person who was running the webinar.
So it was a feature that was offered through the Zoom platform?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And so if you were asking what page, the page ending in 15286.
So close. That was close. Okay.
And do you see where it says Jordan Brady?
Yes.
It says, I will ask to close the Q&A. And we just saw that clip in the video.
Yes.
I'm going to continue. Starting the clip at 12 minutes and 26 seconds. And because you were concerned that retailers were focusing on the wrong things?
I think that focusing on the wrong things What do you mean by the wrong things?
Well, focusing on something that you thought shouldn't be their focus.
Like, what would that be?
Well, I'm trying to get it
Yeah,
inside your head.
I'm not, yeah, the answer is I don't know. I don't know why I would have made that statement. So I'm not confused by the statement, but it's very clear why I said that. There might have been multiple questions asking certain things. It's out of context of the day and time and what would have happened days before to have me feel that way. So I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to continue at 12:57.
Because you want to go on your team for the reason boosting, you want to be focusing on sales first, then growing your team. So but we can answer that question. What's the best way to make?
I stopped at 13:08. So does your answer clarify or refresh your recollection as to why you might have given that caution message?
You want to focus on your sales first, then grow your team?
Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's still a standard understanding of the way I would coach someone today, which is you want to grow your own business, you want to grow yourself, you want to grow your personal goals, you want to learn your things and become understanding, and then grow the team. Right? That's the advice that I would give.
And it sounds like this was the advice you also gave in January 2017. Is that right?
With what?
With regards to what we were just speaking about.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So were there specific things that were happening in the field that raised these concerns for you?
Object to the form. Misstates.
I don't. It's out of context. Remembering that far back, I don't know what would have caused those concerns to be raised.
Do you recall at this time that there was a Q Club?
Not an association in my brain, but yes, there was a Q Club, and we've looked at previous evidence that indicates that time there was a Q Club.
Have you ever heard instances of IFRs growing their teams in order to achieve higher bonus checks?
Yeah, I have.
Who did you hear that specifically from?
I don't know who specifically would have done that.
Was it pretty common?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did it happen? Did you hear about it more than once?
I can't be specific.
Did it concern you?
Well, the one that I heard of, yeah.
Which one are you thinking of?
I don't know her name.
What did she do?
I don't know specific. All I know is she was recruiting for the wrong reasons, and we asked her to kindly leave. I don't know what the wrong reasons are. That's in passing. That's what I heard.
Were you aware that some are you aware that some leaders paid other IFRs to help them recruit?
Object to the form.
Say that again?
Are you aware of any instances where a IFR paid another IFR in order to recruit?
No. That makes me frustrated.
Why?
Because you don't pay other. That's like. Well, that's not how this whole thing works. This whole thing works on talking to people about the business, and how it can bless their life, and how it's multifaceted. It's not about the money. Like, why? Yeah. Are you saying that a retailer paid another retailer to come on?
Oh, I'm asking you if you learned that had happened, or if you were ever aware of instances of that happening.
No.
Okay. And it sounds like if you had been aware, you would have been really concerned.
Sure.
Do you think that behavior aligns with LuLaRoe's culture?
Explain to me how that works again. You're saying that a retailer paid another retailer to join, or paid another retailer to recruit for her?
The latter.
that's a weird thing to do. It's not that it doesn't align. That's a weird thing. I've never heard of that.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to continue the clip
Sure.
at 13:08.
You're downline to grow their team.
So what Shannon just said, does that accurately reflect how you understood growing a team should work?
Object is overbroad.
She didn't say that's how growing a team worked. She said that she grew organically by talking to people and they were attracted to her.
Do you think that's an okay method of growing a team?
Of people being attracted to you?
Of organically.
I don't have an opinion of
team.
whether that's an okay or not okay method.
Okay. But at the time, this method that she described didn't raise any concerns to you?
Well, first of all, the transcript has a ton of holes in it, so I can't refer back to it specifically, but from what it says here,
Do you want me to replay the video?
please, yeah.
Starting again at 13:16. Sorry, what was the question?
Did this sort of approach to recruiting concern you?
Yes.
No.
Generally speaking, who came up with the topics for Train the Trainers webinars?
It varied.
Did you ever come up with topics?
Sure.
What kinds of topics do you recall coming up with?
Time management, your why, the power stance.
What's the power stance?
Basically standing like Wonder Woman for 15 seconds and smiling so you can change your chemicals in your brain.
Fair enough. Any others?
Not ones that I came up with, no. Well, not that I can remember, but lots of trainings.
Oops. Sorry, I accidentally wrote on this one. Can you put the sticker over here? Okay.
Are you done with this one?
Yes, I am. Go ahead and put it aside. Marking for exhibit 85, LLR-WA 000-14126.
Are you done with the video as well?
Yes, I'm done for now. Yep.
Thank you.
So it appears from this email that you were emailing Ashley Lataha and Carrie
Guimond?
Giemond regarding a Train the Trainers call.
Yeah.
And below, there's a list of, it says 8-week topic cycle. And some of these topics correspond to ones that you just said that you came up with. Did you come up with all the topics on this list?
No.
Who else might have contributed?
The four of us in that team, including Art and Kenny. It's just collaborative. Well, this was 2016?
Yes. it
Yeah,
appears.
this wasn't me in 2016. So those topics that I mentioned, I'm time management, your why, and the power stance. I have my own personal spin-off because of my personal confidence of what those trainings are, but the actual topics have remained in LuLaRoe. I didn't come up with those actual trainings. So the lists that you have here, no. Especially in 2016, I was not developing the training on those 8 topics.
Do you know who in the company might have been responsible for developing Train the Trainers topics at the time?
Like I said, it depended on the week. It depended on who was giving the training and who was working with it.
Was there, you mentioned earlier that if this were in a later period that it might have been the leadership and culture development team. Was there another set of or group of individuals that were generally working on these types of things?
No, because sometimes it came to the table where a leader heard something from somewhere else and they had a training they had developed themselves that they wanted to train on, and we grasped onto it because it really helped people. Or there's a book we're reading at home office or in the field, or yeah. I mean, there's a list. It's like a menu. From what I can see, I don't know why these all correspond for those 8 weeks, but yeah.
When you were planning the Train the Trainers calls, how did you generally select your speakers?
It's super procrastinated, last minute, who's available, especially in 2016.
What about in 2017? Was there more planning? Did you have more?
No, my habits haven't really changed. So a lot of times they request to change, request to train.
Oh, interesting.
Or they have been doing something in that realm of that training, and they're doing good in that sort of thing. And so whoever was facilitating or assigning that week would have reached out to them. In 2016, I honestly don't know who would have been reaching out to them. This email was not written by me, and so it came from my email, but this was clearly copy and pasted because there's no typos.
Fair enough. But anyone who, any IFR that would have spoken on the trainer's call would have done so at the request of someone at LuLaRoe, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you ever feature non-IFRs on the Train the Trainers calls?
I don't know. I'm not able to recall that.
One second.
Can I have this afterwards?
I'm sorry?
Can I have this afterwards?
You'll get a copy of the transcript.
I guess
which
I could just look in my email, huh?
You'll get a copy of the transcript. and exhibits.
And all the exhibits, right?
Thanks.
Sorry.
You're done with this?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I just handed you Exhibit 86, LLR-WA 00008787. Did you receive this email while you were at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
And the attachment with the number 8788, is that the attachment that's referred to in the cover email?
I mean, we had this confusion earlier, but outside of, I would assume so, but I don't know.
Okay, is there any reason to doubt that it wasn't this email?
No. I am concerned, however, with even referencing this document, considering that she said the internet flicked on and off.
So you're concerned about the completeness of this
Yeah,
particular
which
transcript?
makes me concerned that, did she even get this? Anyways, continue. Sorry.
So, I mean, you mentioned one of the reasons that LuLaRoe does closed captioning on these calls is to communicate with the hearing impaired. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so, generally speaking, why did Why were these copies of the closed captioning sent to LuLaRoe after the calls were done?
I said that earlier because you take them and you upload them into the video and then you publish them.
You publish them.
Through the front facing of the video.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So if you take this and you give the video to video team, I think YouTube does it automatically now, but I don't know what happened with this in the video, but they got married somehow, and that's what was posted.
Got it. But IFRs wouldn't necessarily have had access to the transcript in like this paper form?
They might have, but I can't tell you how or if somebody would have specifically sent it to them, like if a deaf retailer had requested it. Like, there's no reason to deny them sending this to them.
Sure. And if a retailer who wasn't deaf but who had missed the call wanted a copy of it, would that be a legitimate reason to request a transcript from LuLaRoe?
I mean, we wouldn't discriminate, but I mean, typically, most people don't usually ask for these trainings. We just give a general response. The videos will be available soon with closed captioning attached. Please wait for further instruction.
Got it. And when it sounds like when you say the videos will be available soon with closed captioning, there's some sort of processing that has to happen before it's uploaded. Is that right?
I don't know what their processing is, but it took a couple hours to go from them to us.
Okay. And then LuLaRoe might, depending on the transcript, post that to a site that IFRs have access to?
I don't know when it came to our desk. When I took it and gave it to whoever was on the video team at the time, and whatever they did with it then, from Kenny to Art and whoever else was involved in that, I wasn't involved in anything Fashion and Fun or wherever the videos were living back then. So my job was this. I got the email, I took it, and I handed it away. So that's the extent of my involvement of where this goes and who it was given to.
Got it. I've noticed that you've received, over your course of time at LuLaRoe, you received a lot of transcripts.
A lot.
Were you on all the calls for those transcripts, or were you just the designated transcript recipient?
So early on, and you're probably catching this through our conversation, I just kind of do what I'm asked. Or I wear a bracelet that says I need it, see a need and fill it, right? So basically, if we had a deaf retailer approach us saying, I think we have this idea, can you help us? Yes, so what happened was I reached out to various vendors for closed captioning, and my name was just on the account, and it still is today. If you look at my emails right now, I'm still getting CC'd, even though Elizabeth Flage doesn't even work there anymore. Whoever the new person is, they know that I'm not even involved in it anymore. So I'm still receiving transcripts. But they just needed a contact name. And so that, if you're asking, am I involved in that now? No, I'm not.
Sorry, involved in what?
And why I'm receiving the transcripts, I don't know why. It's just my name's on account.
Just the legacy of being the person.
Yeah, I was the initial contact.
And so I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Your role is that when you received a transcript, you would pass it on to Kenny or Art or someone on the video team to do what they're supposed to do with it?
Yes.
Okay. And that, did you ever review a transcript for accuracy before you passed it on?
Sadly, probably not. Yeah. I say sadly because my attention to detail is terrible, so no, I probably didn't.
Generally speaking, were there particular social media platforms that LuLaRoe encouraged IFRs to use? For example, Instagram, Twitter?
Not specifically.
Okay. Are you aware of LuLaRoe retailers using Instagram?
Yes.
Are you aware of them using Facebook,
Yes.
Vimeo?
I don't recall.
YouTube,
Yes.
Twitter,
Don't recall.
Facebook?
You asked me that. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Any other platforms that you recall IFRs using?
TikTok. Other than that, no.
Did you ever use Instagram for LuLaRoe?
No.
Do you have an Instagram account?
Not anymore.
Do you use other social media?
Only at work.
What other social media do you use at work?
Well, that's not true. Let me phrase that. Yes, I do use other social media. Facebook.
Do you use Facebook for business purposes?
Yes.
What is your handle on the Facebook account or accounts you use for business? You mentioned, we were talking about other social media accounts that you've used for business. Outside of Facebook, are there others?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have an account that was like LuLaRoe, first name, last name?
Yes.
Did you create that for business purposes?
I didn't create it. It was created for me, but yes.
Okay. Who created it for you?
I don't remember who.
It was someone at LuLaRoe.
Yeah, it could have been a number of people.
Did LuLaRoe have a social media team?
2016? No.
2017?
Yes.
2018?
I say 2016 no because I don't know. Again, I'm a floater, so I don't know people's names and positions. Most of the time, people don't have names and positions because it's a developing company, so it's going to be vague.
Got it. So your role was fluid.
Yes.
Sorry, going back to how that social media account was created for you, did you ever use that account?
Yeah.
What services was it, or sorry, what platform was it on?
When I was in customer service, that was a fun test to see if that was a new way to reach out to IFRs.
How did that test go?
I got the Facebook algorithm shut it down in a couple of weeks.
So it sounds like you didn't use that account for very long.
No.
Were you primarily using their messenger service?
No, I'm using it the same way I use this one, which is just interacting with retailers.
Creating groups?
No.
Huh. Why do you think they shut it down?
Because Facebook is a social media account. I don't know why they shut it down, but LuLaRoe is not a person.
Got it. Sorry, so when you were using, you're talking about like the test about whether using Facebook to communicate with retailers was a good way to communicate with them. Were you using the official LuLaRoe account, or were you using one that was under some version of your name?
Some version of my name.
Okay. But that one was shut down?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because they said you weren't a real person?
Basically. These chairs look comfortable to start, but... So these chairs are comfortable to start. They do.
Well, if you need a
lumbar.
short break, let us know.
No, it's okay.
What did I do with
Is that for this one?
it? I'm done with that document, so you can put it to the side.
you.
I have just handed you exhibit number 37 LLR-WA 000-32568. Did you receive this email while you were at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that the attachment to the email is the transcript referred to in the email?
No.
It appears from the first page that you actually spoke on this email. Is that right? Sorry,
Yes.
spoke in the call. Is that right?
Yes.
Turn to the page ending in 32577. The top of the page says, I believe in leading by example.
Who is on this call? Oh, I see it. Never mind.
Who was on this call?
It says Ashley Lataha and Carrie Guimond.
Is Carrie Guimond a mentor?
I don't know.
She's some sort of leader, likely.
I can't remember her specific rank. I'm sorry.
That's okay. The third paragraph down on that page, it says Carrie Guimond. I agree with that.
32576.
32577.
77. Excuse me. Okay.
2016, you were in a customer service role, right? Okay. Or you had some customer service duties?
Super vague. Again, like there was moments where I was asked to get on the phones when I was doing the LuLaRoe thing upstairs. I don't recall specifically when I was in the customer service role.
Do you recall any retailers receiving incomplete inventory orders?
Yes.
How often did that happen in 2016?
I don't recall the variance to how often that happened.
Did it happen more than once?
Yes.
Do you recall it happening enough that you thought it was a problem?
No.
So when they did happen, you saw them more as one-off incidents?
I didn't say that. It's how I view things. I didn't see that missing pieces immediate was a problem. Back orders is a normal thing in retail.
Tell me more about, sorry, you just said back orders is a normal thing in retail, is a normal thing in retail. Can you explain what you mean by that?
My wife just ordered a pair of shoes, and I just ordered a ring for her for Christmas, both of which sold out, and I can't get them till after Christmas now. And my experience in ordering things for myself, hot items sell out, I guess, and I don't know why there might have been whatever she's referring to here, but for me, like, it happens to me all the time when I'm shopping other places, so it seems pretty typical.
Okay. I'm done with that document. So I'm actually just going to hand you a series of documents, and I apologize if it's tedious. The questions I'm going to ask is, did you receive this email while you were at LuLaRoe? And then I'm also going to ask whether there's any reason to doubt that the attachment is with the email. And
Sure.
I apologize in advance. It's going
No,
to feel
I figured that out in
annoying.
the last two ones, so yeah, that's fine. It took me a minute to figure out what you were asking.
You're quick.
Okay. Would you top me off? Bartender. Thank you. And thank you.
I just handed you. Sorry, why are you laughing?
She says, "Did you miss your calling and being in a boy band?" Sorry.
I just handed you Exhibit 88, LLRWA 000333324. Did you receive this email while you were at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
Is the transcript attached to the email, the attachment to the email?
Yes.
Are they all like this? Email to him with the transcript behind it?
Yes.
Same date, sequential base number?
Um,
Because I'll stipulate if that's the case. I mean, if they're all sequentially numbered, same date that corresponds to the cover email, Jordan's on it, it's all fine.
okay.
I mean, if we want to do them quickly, we can. I don't care. I mean,
Is there like a...
the criteria would be that they're sequentially base numbered, that the date for the attachment corresponds to the date on the transcript, and that Jordan is a recipient.
Great. I'm happy to stipulate to that.
Or
Works
we
for
have
me.
one exception because I separated them yesterday.
Oh, do you want to do that one
inadvertently.
now?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
let's handle that one so it's on the record.
What is it? Was it 40?
44 from yesterday.
What do you want me to do with this?
I'm about to hand the document. I am introducing as Exhibit 89 the cover email to Exhibit 44.
Are you done with 88?
Yes, I'm done with 88.
Okay. $44. Okay.
And if you look at 89 and 44, Exhibits 89 and 44, you'll see that the date for Exhibit 89 is June 18th, 2018. And then Exhibit 44 is also June 18th, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that sequentially at the bottom, Exhibit 89 ends in 6741.
Yes.
Exhibit 44 ends in 6742.
Yes.
And I'm representing to you that Exhibit 44 is the attachment to the email in Exhibit 89. Do you have any reason to doubt that this was a single document?
Considering all the hoopla to what just happened, I don't know. So you broke the pattern.
Okay,
so,
okay, let's try this again.
So no, I don't have a reason to doubt.
Okay.
However, I'm just going to refer to counsel and just say, sorry, that's your call.
No, understood. Do you want to make this, do you want to withdraw 44 and make it part of 89 so the record's easier? Well, I guess we already have testimony on 44.
It doesn't
so
matter.
let's
Yeah,
just
sorry.
say that.
That would have been a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so did you receive this email, which is composed of the Bates range 6741 through 6764 while you were at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that the transcript is the document referred to in the email?
No.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to make it complicated. It's just, no, I don't.
I blame Joe.
Does it say who's speaking in this?
I don't believe that it did, but I wasn't planning to ask you any questions about it,
Okay.
so we can be done with it.
Oh.
Sorry. Okay.
Just to clarify on this email,
Sure.
again, June 2018, there's like 4 people CC'd on this, and 3 out of the 4 work at LuLaRoe, so it might not even been addressed to me. Just an FYI, this is a cart writer, so this could have been. My email. What I'm saying is there's a really good chance I just put this in archive.
Got it. So you may not have even, you might have received it, but
I
you may
don't
not have looked
open
at it.
transcript emails at all over the past year and a half. So,
Oh.
yeah, because again, I'm just grandfathered in as the contact if they have any issues, and then I take those. Yeah, it's not, I don't do anything with these anymore.
So when you say you haven't looked at them, or sorry, opened the emails for attaching transcripts for over a year and a half, it means that you stopped looking them in the middle of 2018?
When I was no longer part of leadership development or even part of these calls, which I don't know when that is, it is irrelevant to whatever I was assigned to, so I stopped opening them.
Do you know why you were asked to leave leadership development?
No.
Did anyone ever give you an explanation?
Yes.
What was the explanation?
They needed my help in marketing.
And that was it?
That was it.
Were you disappointed?
Yes.
Why?
Because I like talking to people, and now I sit at a cubicle.
That sucks. Sorry.
See a need and fill it.
Who gave you the message?
4 people.
4 people.
Mhm.
Who were they?
Kenny, Ben, Justin, and Art.
But they never gave you any explanation.
No, well, I mean that's the explanation was we need your help in marketing.
Did that happen earlier this year?
I don't know specifically.
Did it happen after? Do you celebrate Christmas?
Yeah.
Did it happen after Christmas or before Christmas?
After Christmas.
Okay. After New Year's?
I don't know when it happened.
Were you in the office between Christmas and New Year's?
I don't know. I might have, but I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you celebrate New Year's this year?
Yes.
What did you do?
We went to. My wife and I stayed home and watched Vampire Diaries.
That sounds lovely.
Can we do a short break at some point?
Sure, I'm at a good stopping point.
Off the record, the time is 2:51 p.m.
Maybe we could leave the door open so that it's starting to click in here.
Going back on the record, the time is 3:03 p.m.
I just had to do Exhibit 90, LLR-WA000-37436. And it appears from this email and transcript that you spoke on the Train the Trainers webinar on Wednesday, January 25th, 2017. Is that correct?
That's what it would appear.
Where's my mic? Sorry, where's my mic? And if you look down at the 3rd paragraph, it says, "We rarely talk about sales, but we will be talking about that today." Was there anything going on at the company at this time that prompted you to talk about sales on the Train the Trainers webinar on January 25th, 2017?
I don't recall.
Were there any internal discussions about focusing on sales?
I don't recall.
Okay. if you turn to the next page, do you see the paragraph that begins, "You need to sell"? It's about halfway down the page.
Who is saying it?
Oh, I was going to ask
Oh,
you.
I see it.
Oh,
I see it.
from the transcript, it appears that you are the one saying this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you read the paragraph starting with "You need to sell"
One moment.
out loud?
Yeah,
please?
one moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only going to object to the extent that the implication is that this is a perfectly accurate transcript of the call. We've seen how the captioning captures other aspects.
Noted.
You need to sell. That is a fact of what we do at LuLaRoe. We buy wholesale and sell retail. The secret to our success has been in helping lots of people get what they want. That is what our CEO, Mark, has said.
So, did this message, "You need to sell," come from Mark?
I said it.
I know you said it, but like, were you repeating something that Mark had said?
No, I was repeating the people to product training.
Sorry, what training were you repeating?
It's called people to product. That's what this is. What is people to product?
Okay. Who developed that training?
I have no idea.
Was it one that was used at LuLaRoe often?
Yes.
Do you see later on, like in the next paragraph, it says Jarrett Ingram is speaking?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you see the line, "How do you people make money in this business?" And you appear to answer?
I see the answer.
Okay, and the answer, what does the answer say?
Says Jordan Brady, they either buy product or have a team.
How do you make money by buying product?
Check to the form.
You don't make money by, when I said before, where is it up above? What we do is we buy wholesale, we sell retail.
Is that what you meant by buying product to make money?
No,
Okay, what did you mean?
I meant you can't sell nothing, so you have to have product to sell to your customers.
Yeah. So one way to make money through LuLaRoe is to purchase wholesale product to sell to customers.
No, you don't make money from purchasing wholesale.
Well, selling inventory that you've purchased
Yes.
at a markup.
Yes.
Okay. And it says that this transcript appears to reflect that you said that another way to make money is to have a team. How do you make money by having a team?
By training them to sell the product.
So here, are you referring to the leadership bonus plan?
I'm referring to your team. Yeah. Yes.
So at the bottom of that same page, there's a statement that's attributed to you. Jarrett and I did this training on LuLaRoeFashionFun.com. There is also one that Ben and I did as well. Make sure you go there and watch this. The recording will be available. We need to make sure the slides are appropriate for you to use. Earlier we talked about whether IFR materials had to go through any sort of approval process, right? Here it seems that you are saying that you did need to do some review of slides to make sure they were appropriate.
Yes.
What kind of review did you typically do?
When we have MacBooks and retailers have PCs, when you upload a MacBook slide and it downloads as a PC, it looks like one of the first slides you gave to me.
Got it. So you were looking at it, it was like a technical review to make sure the presentation appeared correctly?
I don't know why I said it that way, but that's the only reason I would make that statement.
Okay. But you wouldn't have necessarily vetted any of the content on the slides?
No.
I just handed you exhibit number 91.
Sorry. Let me draw my attention away from this.
LLR-WA0006568. So the bottom email is from Kelly Fruth to you, dated January 10th, 2017, subject LuLaRoe edited transcripts. And it appears that Kelly is sending you transcripts from the Tuesday training webinar.
Yes.
Okay. I understand that on Tuesdays there was generally an update webinar that was for all IFRs, right? Was there another training webinar that happened on Tuesdays regularly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What was that training?
It's the whole field webinar.
Whole field. And when you say whole field training webinar, do you mean that the training webinar was available to all IFRs?
Yes.
Okay. And so, do you recall, was the Tuesday training webinar widely attended by IFRs?
I don't recall the numbers of attendance. They vary based off of week and time of year and, yeah.
And so sometimes, though, would you have thousands of attendees on certain webinars that were made available to the entire field?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if there were certain webinars that were extremely popular and widely attended?
No. It just depended on, again, time of year. I actually would love to, if you have the answer to that, I would love to know what indicates more people come to webinars. I have no idea. I don't know how many were on each webinar or what draw them to be there.
Got it.
Yeah.
So in this email, it appears that there's, some sort of MP4 recording that's attached. Would that have been a recording associated with this training webinar?
Do you have the MP4 recording?
I don't. I'm just asking you if it exists.
I have no idea, so let me...
But it appears from this email that you might be sending the recording to Nicole.
Where is this?
Where it says GMT 2017-01110-210-303 _Tuesday-L _ 16.
Yeah, you're referring to the MP4
Yes.
link to this?
Yes.
I mean, sure, yeah.
Okay. And why would you have sent that to Nicole Santiana?
I was just asking myself the same question. Why would Nicole and Troy be on the same email according to a webinar transcript? I can't remember why.
Is Nicole a LuLaRoe employee?
Yes.
What division is not the right word since we know it was fluid, right? But
Sure.
what responsibilities did she typically have?
A lot like mine. Currently, she is on maternity leave.
Okay. Was she doing marketing?
I don't know what she was doing at this time.
Okay. What does she do now?
She's a mom.
Mom.
But when she comes back, she runs the podcast.
How long has LuLaRoe had the podcast?
Since Vision, well, I don't know specifically, but we launched it at Vision last year.
So it's relatively new.
Yes.
Has it been successful?
I don't know.
Is Troy Palmer a LuLaRoe employee?
He is.
Okay. What is his role?
He's in communications.
Is Nicole also in communications?
No.
Got it. Okay. I want to turn to the Q Club calls for a minute. You hosted some Q Club calls, is that correct?
Yes. Are we done with this one?
Yes.
Okay.
What audience were Q Club calls made available to? Who could attend them?
All retailers. I don't know who that link was sent to.
Sorry, I'm talking about Q Club calls.
Sure. So it was for those that were in the queue.
Oh, okay. But any retailer could attend a Q Club call?
So the link remained the same, and it wasn't abnormal for a retailer to join their person that they were was joining their team at the same time.
Would it have been abnormal for a retailer to bring another individual who is not an IFR to attend the Q Club calls?
I don't know.
You're not aware of any specific instances where a third party attended them?
No.
Okay. When LuLaRoe did product launches, were there times that LuLaRoe only introduced a limited number of units of a particular pattern or print to the market? For example, 5,000 prints.
What are you asking?
Did LuLaRoe ever release product in limited quantities?
I don't know.
Do you recall Jared Ingram helping you out with Q Club calls?
Not specifically.
Did anyone else on the leadership and culture development team assist with Q Club calls?
We did a lot of things together, so not specifically.
Does the name Caitlin Hover ring a bell?
Yes.
What was her role at LuLaRoe?
She is a IFR.
Is she a leader?
Yes.
A mentor?
I don't know.
I just handed you Exhibit 92 LLR-WA 000384663. So this is an email from Justin Lyon to a number of folks.
No.
Do you know who did?
No.
Why don't you turn your attention to the page ending in 38471. 4 paragraphs from the bottom, there is something that says start building.
I don't know why they would want to do that, but that's part of social media. You reach people who are just in the world around you.
So in other words, social media is a tool that allows you to reach an audience that you might not otherwise reach.
That's what it says here. Social media lets you reach people outside of your zip code.
Generally speaking, are you aware of IFRs selling LuLaRoe product to people who are outside of their zip code?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of instances where IFRs sold to people outside of their states?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any instances where IFRs may have sponsored somebody outside of their state?
Define sponsored.
When you join LuLaRoe, you need to find a sponsor to sponsor you. That's the context that I'm talking about, sponsor.
Yes.
Okay. And so, generally speaking, the LuLaRoe business evolved towards a model where IFRs were not necessarily limited to doing business with people who were in their zip code.
I don't think anybody is limited to doing business with people in their own zip code.
So, as someone on the leadership and culture development team, did you encourage people to reach out beyond people that were just directly around them?
That's a really weird statement to say.
Did you encourage people to try to find customers that were outside of their zip code?
Not specifically. We encourage them to find customers, and whether they're in or outside of their zip code would not be something I say.
Yeah. So it really didn't. You just encouraged them to find customers. It didn't matter where.
I don't think that was a matter of. That mattered. Yeah, sure. Yes.
Thank you. Why is 40 and 52? Sorry, it's confusing. Oh, is this your 40/40B?
Yes.
Oh, we went over that. Is there a different one?
No, we did this.
We did this one already. Okay, you're sure? Okay. Make sure.
Thank you.
I'm introducing as Exhibit 93 LLR-WA 0003785. So you mentioned earlier that one of the things you would do sometimes is to run Zoom for calls.
Yes.
Okay. for this specific call, from the transcript, it appears that you may be running the call from the back end. Is that right?
It's possible.
And it said, you say here on the first page of the transcript, so we have about 1,300 viewers. In this time frame in early 2017, was that number of viewers typical on a update webinar?
I couldn't tell you.
Does that number strike you? So, I mean, obviously you've been
Sure.
you've moderated a lot of calls, right?
Sure.
Is 1,300 a lot for a call? Is it average? Is it not
For
that
an
many?
update, that's about average.
Okay.
Also, it says you can watch this from YouTube link. Who knows how many retailers are watching outside of that we aren't tracking.
So at some point it sounds like the update webinars were also broadcast on YouTube.
Sometimes they were, sometimes they weren't.
What would, how would you, how did it, no, sorry, let me think about this. How was the decision made whether to broadcast it on YouTube in addition to Zoom or not?
This might have been a test to see if the YouTube broadcasting was working. So we only broadcasted like a few times to YouTube, and there wasn't a specific reason.
Was the purpose of trying out YouTube to see if you could reach more people?
No, it was a issue with internet, and I was trying to test if Zoom was the glitch or if our internet was the glitch.
And what was the answer?
I didn't get an answer. We stopped broadcasting live.
Okay. So it looks like this particular webinar on February 14th, 2017 had at least 1,300 viewers, but may have had more because it was also broadcast on YouTube.
Maybe.
Is there a way to tell how many people are watching a video live on YouTube?
If you log in while the video is happening and you watch it at the same time, you should be able to see the amount of viewers that are watching that are not, what's the word? It just depends on how they're watching it, right? So they have to have clicked on it, and then it will broadcast the number.
Okay. And the few times that you did broadcast on YouTube, was that broadcast in live stream format or was it recorded?
If it was through Zoom, then through YouTube, it would have been live.
Okay. And would you have posted any permanent link, or sorry, would a recording of the video have been posted to YouTube permanently?
I don't know.
If it was, what account would it have been on?
I have no idea. That's the videos team.
Okay. What, do you know if LuLaRoe has an official YouTube account?
I think it's called LuLaRoe.
And are you aware of whether it was that official account that was being used to broadcast?
No.
Okay. Was it your own account that you were using?
No.
No. You just don't recall.
Yeah, the way it works is you log in, and then you go to Zoom, and then they connect and that's where it is. They aren't saved on YouTube because they're saved on Zoom.
Did you ever test out broadcasting calls on Facebook Live?
No.
I am introducing as Exhibit 94, LLR-WA 00038875. Your email, you're listed as a recipient on this email, correct?
Yes.
And so on the transcript, which has the same date as the attachment in the email, second paragraph from the bottom, it appears that it says Deanna. Is it fair to say that's a typo and it would have been Deanne speaking?
Yes.
It says, we've got some big announcements, so stay all the way to the end. We've got big things to show you and share all the way to the end of the call. A lot of people are streaming it in Facebook Live. We are excited about things coming. So you mentioned earlier that these webinars were not typically broadcast on Facebook Live. Is it possible that this particular one may have been streamed or broadcast on Facebook Live?
Is possible.
And do you know why that might have been done?
No.
Do you recall when Mark announced that LuLaRoe would be moving to a leadership bonus plan compensation model based on sales?
No, I don't.
This email and transcript is from March 2017. Does that time frame sound right?
Sound right for what?
The announcement for moving to compensation based on sales. And that language is on page 4 of the second sentence.
I don't know the time frame of when it was announced to the relevance of this call.
Do you recall when you first started hearing about the idea of moving to a compensation plan based on sales?
No, I don't recall.
Did you ever have any discussions with anyone at LuLaRoe regarding the compensation plan moving to being based on sales? And just want to remind you.
I don't recall.
Are you aware that LuLaRoe in 2017 changed its cruise qualifying metrics?
Not specifically.
When you say not specifically, are you saying you don't remember it changing, or you don't remember the specifics of how it changed?
I don't remember the specifics of when it changed and what that meant when it changed.
Do you recall anything about the change?
I don't know.
Nothing general. Do you recall whose idea it was to change?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm marking for exhibit number 95, LLR-WA 00009023. And you're listed as a recipient of this email. Is that right, Jordan?
Yes.
and it appears that the transcript attached to the email, it's dated April 4th, 2017, and the email is also dated April 4th, 2017. Is there any reason to doubt that this transcript is the attachment to the email?
No.
Looking at the email, I'm seeing two links. One is a YouTube live link, and one is for closed captioning. And then Elizabeth Flagg writes, "Why did it switch from Zoom this time?" Is it fair to say that this, from the email, that this broadcast was done on YouTube and not Zoom?
No.
Would it have been done on both?
Yeah, so like I was describing before, it's through Zoom to YouTube.
Oh, so it's actually linked?
That when you start it, if it works, then it goes from Zoom to YouTube.
Got it. So it's actually an option within Zoom that you can set it to also broadcast on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay. So and it appears from this email that this particular broadcast also happened on YouTube.
I don't know the context of these two. I know this is the closed captioning, but I mean, without typing that into, I don't know what that YouTube link is. So no, it's not safe to say what that link is.
Are you aware of whether LuLaRoe has a compliance department?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Who leads the compliance department?
Austin Stidham?
Were you ever involved in compliance?
No.
Did you ever encounter any incidents where you interfaced with IFRs who had to deal with the compliance department?
Specifically, no.
Generally?
Yeah.
On occasion it happened?
Me doing the compliance work? No. Me reaching out to compliance with them? Yes.
Okay. What kind of issues would you have reached out to compliance with an IFR about?
If someone reported them to compliance, compliance flagged them, and then they were wondering why they got flagged, I would just say you should contact compliance. They say I have. I would go to compliance and say, can you call so-and-so? Sure. And then I would leave.
Okay. Are you aware of any reasons why an IFR might get flagged for compliance?
Yes.
Okay, what are some of those reasons? I'm just looking for examples.
The person who's flagging them doesn't like their tone. The retailer or it could be a retailer or a customer. Honestly, the process is the same. It's the report is received, they investigate, they determine. So it could be a number of things. It could be somebody who's viewing the live or didn't like their tone or didn't like it's petty. They could get flagged for anything.
It sounds like a good number of the complaints were for petty reasons.
I don't know what the good number of the complaints are. All I can tell you is the ones that I've dealt with, I didn't follow through on, really, to know what the end result was.
Okay. But were there any ones that you were involved with that, in your mind, weren't petty?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm marking for exhibit number 96, LLR-WA 000-17625. And Jordan, it appears from this email that in August of 2017, you may have had responsibilities for at least one coaching call. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have responsibility for more than one coaching call?
I can't recall.
Did you typically run the coaching calls?
No.
So was the incident the coaching call that's reflected in the email, was this a one-off?
I'm trying to figure out what this is.
You can review the document.
Yeah,
Go
excuse
ahead,
me.
Please.
Okay. Would you explain to me what your understanding of this document is, please?
Sure. It looks like an email where you may have attended coaching calls and taken some notes and are following up with Ben and some others at LuLaRoe regarding your conversations with coaches.
Correct.
Okay. And this is not something that like you did frequently at LuLaRoe, is it?
When I got into leadership development, yes.
Okay. When did you first, sorry, so we saw earlier that in 2016 you were very involved in trainers' calls.
I wouldn't know whether it was very involved, but
Okay.
I was around them.
You did trainers' calls. And then at some point were coaching calls added to your role?
Yes. No, this is not the same. This is not live.
No, I understand that.
These are individual calls to coaches.
Okay, so you made individual calls to coaches to talk to them individually?
Yes.
Okay. Did someone ask you to do that?
I can't remember.
From the email, it looks like you're sending this to Ben. Could Ben have asked you?
So this is EOW, which stands for end of week. So I don't know if somebody asked me or if I just did it myself.
Okay. And what was the purpose of reaching out to these coaches?
I don't know.
Were you working on some sort of training module at the time?
What do you mean training module?
Like preparing or developing training?
I don't know at this time.
You see the email ylmcmolin@gmail.com?
Yes,
Do you know whose email that is?
it's Will McMullen.
Who's he?
He's an employee at LuLaRoe.
Was it just an accident that it's being sent to his Gmail account?
I don't know, but that's not a LuLaRoe email. The way you look up an email is you type in their first name and click enter, and so it might have been a mistake.
Do you recall what you did after, with this information that you gathered from coaches after you sent it to Ben?
What did I do with this information?
Yeah. I mean, was this the end of your assignment, or did you do more?
Well, as I'm reading it right now, I probably did the same thing as I'm doing right now, which is internalizing their problems and building a relationship with them more. As far as this document, I have no idea. Also, might I add,
Sure.
I didn't type this. These are copy and pasted.
Got it. And how do you know that?
Because there's emojis in here, and my computer doesn't have emojis.
So when you said you didn't type this, you're referring to the portion notes from coaching calls. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not type the initial portion of the email up to where you signed your name?
No.
You mentioned in this email a summit update in Salt Lake City. What was the summit update?
It was a meeting with leaders in Salt Lake City.
And when you say leaders, was that include
Mentors.
any coaches?
I don't remember specifically.
Were summit updates held regularly?
No. They might be called something different now, but I think that was the first attempt to do a meeting with mentors. I don't know specifically.
But you did attend this summit update in Salt Lake City?
I did.
Okay. What was your role there?
Required son face. I wasn't working with mentors, so.
I mean, did you see this, you're being pulled into events with mentors as, a bit of a growth and responsibility at LuLaRoe?
No, more of an appreciation for those that are at LuLaRoe. So I don't, when I snarkily, tongue-in-cheek say face son at the events, I didn't have anything to do with the summit, so I was just there. So I didn't see that as anything other than just thanking and smiling and getting to know and lifting where I'm needed.
Okay. Were there certain events that you were just expected to be at because of your relationship with your parents?
Yeah.
Which events?
Vision. Leadership. If it's expected, it's not required, but definitely expected.
Coaches retreats?
Not expected.
Any other ones that are expected? Have you ever thought about doing something else that's not the family business? So I'm going to mark as exhibit number 97. LLR-WA 000388597. So you write in this email, hey, the topic was uber sensitive, so we didn't record it. However, I do have the transcripts. Was it typical to not record a coach's call?
I don't know.
Do you recall what was sensitive about the topic of this call? And you can take a minute to review the transcript if you need to.
I mean, how long is this? This is...
March 2017.
No.
Oh,
This is
sorry.
like 30 pages long. I'd have to read it to figure out why it's uber sensitive. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Quote, uber sensitive. And who's the male speaker?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, let's do this. I mean, generally when you say something is uber sensitive and describing it as that, what do you mean?
I don't know what I would have meant. And
Well, if you describe something as
uber sensitive?
Yeah, it's uber sensitive. Is it just something you want to be cautioned about?
I mean, like if a retailer shared something about like an addiction or something like that, or I don't know what would have quantified. But for me, like the words of Uber, like again, it depends on the same day. So like, she could have asked afterwards, who was this? Christy Pethel. You know, I don't know much about what possibly could have been said, that why I would have sent this to Christy Pethel, but uber sensitive might have been something personal that whoever was on here was sharing, and just not appropriate to share with the rest of the field. So I don't know. I can't tell you.
Got it. So Christy Pethel, is she an IFR?
She is.
She's a leader?
She is.
A mentor?
I don't know specifically.
But maybe a coach or?
Coach. I don't know if she's anything more than that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. So at least in this instance, it appeared that you forwarded the transcript to an IFR. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you forwarded it for business purposes. Like you didn't forward it just for the heck of forwarding. It was part of your job.
I was clocked in and it says they're at 2:27, so yes.
Okay. Let's take a break.
Off the record, the time is 3:58 p.m.
Would you let me know how much time we have left?
Going back on the record, the time is 4:12 p.m.
So earlier, Jordan, we've been exploring what your fluid role was at LuLaRoe and is at LuLaRoe. I wanted to explore now what you had decision-making authority with regards to. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So like what you personally could decide without having to go to anything else. And so I want to go through this list of topics, and I just want to tell me, one, whether or not you had decision-making authority with regards to the topic, and then if anyone else in the company, whether there was a committee or particular individuals that had decision-making authority.
During what period of time?
At any point, and then if the answer is yes, we can go into timeframes, and if it's no, we can move on.
Sure.
Make sense? Okay. So first I want to talk to generally decisions regarding the independent fashion retailer program. Do you understand what I mean by independent fashion retailer program?
No.
I'm referring to LuLaRoe's program whereby you can sign up as an independent fashion retailer and sell LuLaRoe's clothing.
Okay.
Okay. Did you have decision-making authority with regards to marketing of LuLaRoe's IFR program?
Object is overbroad.
No.
Okay. Did you have decision-making authority with regards to refunds?
Same objection.
No.
Who did have decision-making authority with regards to refunds?
I don't know.
Would your brother, Michael Brady, have had any decision-making authority with regards to refunds?
I don't recall specifically.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to have a continuing objection as vague and overbroad because I don't know what aspect of refunds you mean.
With regards to, are you aware of LuLaRoe's 90% cancellation of business refund policy?
I'm aware that it exists.
Okay, what is it?
I'm aware that it exists. A 90% refund cancellation policy.
Okay. Are you aware that if an IFR quits, that an IFR may submit merchandise purchase within the last year that meets certain criteria for a 90% refund?
I'm not aware of those specifics. I'm aware that there is a 90% policy that exists.
Okay. Did you ever administer the 90% policy?
I don't recall.
When you say you don't recall, is it because you don't understand what I mean, or that you never did it?
That I never did it.
Okay. Who within LuLaRoe administered the 90% refund policy?
I don't know.
If an IFR came to you with a question about the 90% refund policy, who would you refer them to?
Someone in finance.
Who is in charge of finance?
Our CFO.
Is that Noel Knighton?
It is.
Who's married to your sister, Nicole? Is it Jeff Thompson?
Yes.
Okay. Was he ever in charge of finance?
No, I don't recall specifically.
Do you recall him being involved in accounting?
Yes.
Okay. And I know he was involved early on in the company and is no longer at the company. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When did he leave?
I don't recall.
Do you know why he left?
No.
Does he get along with your mom?
Yes.
He has his own company now, right?
Yes.
Is that company Smile?
Yes.
I always say smile, dot. Outside of Noel Knighton, is there anyone else who you've referred, when you refer questions to finance, who typically is your contact there?
Michael.
Michael Brady?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do Michael and Jeff get along?
Yes.
Did Michael administer the 90% refund policy?
Objection. Vague overbroad.
I don't know.
What is his role at LuLaRoe?
I don't know.
You don't know as in, you don't know what your brother does, or you're just not comfortable describing
Oh,
what
I'm
he does?
comfortable. It's just super vague. I know what
Okay.
Kenny and Justin do, but I'm not on the same floor in the same building as Michael, and Michael is super quiet, so I don't know.
Okay. Do you go to Sunday night dinners at your parents' house?
Objection. Relevance.
Relevance is that we have, our investigation has revealed that there was some LuLaRoe business that was discussed at Sunday family night dinners.
Go ahead.
Have I ever been to Sunday night dinners?
I mean, do you go regularly to Sunday night family dinners?
No.
Okay. Do you know, are you aware that Sunday night family dinners are sometimes held at your parents' house?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't go to those dinners?
I didn't say that.
Okay. Have you ever attended a Sunday night family dinner at your parents' house where LuLaRoe was discussed?
Yes.
Okay. How often was LuLaRoe discussed at those dinners?
I don't know specifically.
Was it discussed frequently?
LuLaRoe is every aspect of our lives that we love, and it's discussed frequently, along with many other normal things like kids and family and hobbies.
I mean, so do you consider LuLaRoe a family business?
Yes and no.
Why yes and why no?
Yes, because some of my siblings work for LuLaRoe.
Okay.
No, because there's plenty of other people that work at LuLaRoe that aren't part of the family.
Got it. And so so would you say, since LuLaRoe was founded, the topic of LuLaRoe at Sunday family night dinners was as common as the topic of what was going on in your week or the topic of your kids? Was it like a topic of normal discussion?
It's a normal topic of discussion.
Okay. When you've gone to Sunday family night dinners where LuLaRoe was discussed, who typically has been present?
Whoever can make it.
Okay, so is it, I mean, obviously your parents, right? Are they usually there?
If it's at their house, yes.
Oh, okay. Is it not always at their house?
It's whoever is available and whoever's offering it. Our family gets together whenever we say we want to get together.
Okay. And how frequently in the last year would you say that your family has gotten together for family night dinners?
Well, that is not calculatable.
Too many times?
For LuLaRoe or for personal or for holiday, or, I couldn't give you a number.
Because it's a lot?
No, because it's on different ground. Like, there's different reasons why we get together. So,
Got it. Do you recall any discussions at family dinners where the leadership bonus plan was discussed?
no.
You don't recall because you weren't present or because you weren't remember?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall any instances where decisions were made about the LuLaRoe business after or at a discussion? Sorry. Were any decisions about LuLaRoe, the LuLaRoe business, made at a family dinner where you were present?
I don't recall.
You don't recall as in you're not sure?
There are like a bajillion kids running around, and there's like lots of grandkids, so whether the topic was being discussed or not, what was being discussed is not rememberable.
Do your parents and siblings who work at LuLaRoe involve you in major business decisions?
Not typically.
Okay. When you say not typically, do you have an incident in mind where they have involved you?
No, that was a Freudian slip of no, they don't involve me in big business decisions.
Okay. Who do they involve typically, if you know?
The executive team.
Who's on the executive team?
Noel Knighton, Guillermo Lopez, John West, Lauren Simpson.
Are any of these people related to you by marriage or blood?
Mark Stidham, excuse me.
Obviously your parents are.
Yes.
But what about Noel?
No, nope.
Guillermo?
No,
John West?
no,
Lauren Simpson?
no.
Do you know if your dad typically involves Michael in key decisions?
Check the form.
I don't know specifically what decisions he involves Michael in.
Okay. Do you know if he consults with Michael for big decisions? Are you aware?
No.
Okay. Do you know if does he consult your brother for major business decisions? Sorry, you have a lot of brothers. Does he consult Kenny about major business decisions?
I don't know.
You don't know, or as in
I don't know.
you're just not privy to this? Okay.
Yes.
Got it. sorry, can I see your document for a second? Does any of your documents have, oh, okay. So there's a little yellow tab there. I just wanted to point that out to you. I'm introducing as exhibit, sorry, what exhibit is it? 98. LLR-WA 00008768. Jordan, did you receive this email as part of your role at LuLaRoe?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see that there are 3 attachments to this email? One is Q&A broadcast.xls, and that is the thick chart that is labeled at the top LR-WA 000877 confidential.xls.
I'm sorry.
sorry.
What did you just say? This right here?
Yes, Q&A broadcast is that chart with gray on it.
Okay.
Gray and white rows.
Okay.
And then broadcastinfo.pdf is this broadcast summary document.
Okay.
And this single page document that says polls is pollsbroadcast.xls.
Where is that?
I think it's at the very end behind the giant chart.
Okay.
Okay. And so it appears that this was sent to you after a Q Club call. Did you typically receive these kinds of documents after a call?
No.
Okay. And it looks like it says powered by, and I can't see powered by, and then it says West on the email.
Mm-hmm.
Was this call hosted on a service that was not Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what service it was hosted on?
West?
What is West?
I don't know what the name of it. They had a funky name and their platform was really bad.
Okay. So you were just testing out this platform for this call?
I could not give you the context to why we're using this.
Okay, got it. So earlier you mentioned wanting data on how many people attended calls. If you look at the chart ending, the document ending in 8769, it appears that this does give you some data about how many folks attended this call.
I said I wanted to know why some people get on and some don't.
Got it.
I didn't say I wanted the data.
Oh, got it. Do you know so it appears that at least in this instance where the West platform was used, that this viewership information was available. Do you know if that is available on Zoom?
No, it's not. This isn't on Zoom.
Yeah, okay. So this type of data is not provided to you
Oh, you
on
mean,
Zoom.
do we get this on Zoom?
Yeah, like the number of, for example, viewers during live. Is that data provided to you on a Zoom webcast?
Yes.
Oh, it is. Okay. And then, the Q&A data, is that provided to you on a Zoom webcast?
Not like that.
How is it provided?
Like that.
Like you're pointing to?
Like I'm pointing at the big long list of questions.
So LLR-WA00008770. Is that correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
But it's just a long list.
Okay. Do you get a lot of questions?
Yes.
Okay. Was it hard to answer all of them?
It just depends on the day. Depends on if the retailer was talking, if they're not, what the conversation was, what the topic was. So, I don't know.
Okay. So I'm going to do as I did a minute ago when we watched the last video and hand you a page marked as Exhibit 99, and it's Bates number 005548, and it's just a placeholder with the court reporter for a video clip I'm going to show you.
That stack is
This one?
just the top one. You got them out of order. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. It doesn't matter. Maybe more like that.
Okay. And this is, I'm marking as, sorry, I'll let you mark it first.
So what's this one then?
This is exhibit number 100.
So we double marked the.
Sorry.
So exhibit 39 is exhibit
Huh?
99.
Wait a minute.
That's exhibit 99.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mark 99 as, can I take that back? Here, I'll deal with this
switch.
sticker. Okay. Actually, should we mark it?
No, if it was marked at Lindsay's, it's 39.
Okay, it's 39. Okay, sorry. My
What do I
fault.
do with this
So
one?
the 99.
I'll take this one. Can you pass me that? Oh, you put that back. I'll just mark that.
Just go this guy.
So I'm going to play you some clips from Exhibit 39.
Feely. So for me, I sort of felt like the
So Jordan, I have something up on your screen at 37 seconds. On here.
I see.
Okay. Who is that?
That is Lindsay Wheeler. Lindsay Wheeler.
And I have another individual up on your screen at 10 minutes and 37 seconds. Who is that?
Emily Rinalda.
Are Lindsay and Emily leaders?
Yes.
And sorry.
Oh, when was this? September 7th.
Sorry, give me a second here. Let's see. Looking at Exhibit 99, did you review this document in preparation for your deposition?
This one?
Yes. Did you look at it?
I don't recall.
Okay. And here is a shot of somebody at 4913. Is that you?
It is.
4903. Okay. So I'm starting at 4903, and I'm just going to play some of this. Question, did you see this video in preparation for your deposition?
You asked me that, and so
sorry.
my question is until you press play, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, I asked you about the transcript, and you said you weren't sure.
Well, I'm not sure because I haven't read the whole transcript.
Okay. Oh, okay, let's try. So I want to talk about this call for a minute. Is this a Train the Trainers webinar?
It very well could have been.
Okay. And as part of this Train the Trainers webinar, as part of this webinar, it appears that you were facilitating a discussion or presentation featuring Lindsay Wheeler and Emily Rignaldo. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it also appears, you saw it a minute ago, but it looked like you were looking perhaps at a Q&A when you posed this question. Do you want to relook at it and see if you were, or, sorry?
I mean, I could have been.
You could have been, okay.
Yeah, I don't know specifically what I was looking at.
Okay. We talked about earlier that trainers typically attend Train the Trainers calls. Are Train the Trainers calls mandatory for trainers?
Objection. Counsel's testifying.
No.
Okay. So a trainer can choose whether to attend a trainers call or not attend one?
We don't force them to do anything, so I mean, like, they're humans, they can choose to do that.
Okay. So it's
Yeah.
not required that you attend every single Train the Trainers call?
No.
Great.
Train the trainers, yeah, no.
What was the purpose of asking this question during this call?
I don't know what the purpose was.
I mean, did you have any intent when you asked the question?
I don't know what my intent was 3 years ago.
Having seen a portion of the clip now, did you review this video in preparation for your deposition?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I want to correct one thing on the record. So I believe that the title under the Bates number for Exhibit 39 is incorrect.
Okay.
Just so there's no confusion. The Bates number itself is correct, and the exhibit is 39 from Wheeler, but the title is a video from Exhibit.
We can withdraw that. I mean, it's just a cover sheet and it's
Yeah.
not being marked. Okay. I can take that back. What was your understanding of what a pyramid scheme was?
I don't remember what my understanding of the pyramid scheme was at that time.
Had anybody at LuLaRoe explained to you what a pyramid scheme was?
No.
Had it come up in discussion with anybody at LuLaRoe? And when I say LuLaRoe, I mean employees?
I don't recall specifically.
When you say you don't recall specifically, are you saying you don't recall a specific incident, or you're just, it's fuzzy in your mind?
I don't recall a specific incident.
Had you, done any research? I mean, you're a college-educated guy, right? You graduated with a 3.7 GPA.
I did.
As part of your education, college education, did you have to do any research?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Like research for a paper, for example.
Yes.
So at your time at LuLaRoe, did you ever research what a pyramid scheme was?
No.
Okay. Can we go off the record for a second?
Off the record, the time is 5 o'clock p.m.
It's the right one.
Going back on the record, the time is 5:02 p.m.
So I want to turn your attention to exhibit. Oh, should I can wait until you're done.
Yes, please.
You can go off the record for a second.
Off the record, the time is 5:02 p.m. Back on the record, the time is 5:04 p.m.
Looking to exhibit number. That is number 27. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm introducing as exhibit 100. LLR-WA 000-42923. Jordan, were you sending this email in your role at LuLaRoe?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Who were you sending it to?
Nikki Santiana?
Was she someone that you regularly sent transcripts to?
Yeah. Yes, it's unclear.
And remind you, she was in communications?
No, she's not in communications.
What was she in again?
She's the podcast Make Yourself.
Got it. And so, if you look at the attachment to the email, it states LuLaRoe training webinar, captioning provided by LinguaBee, Wednesday, September 7th, 2016. And do you see the date matches, from the transcript matches the date on the email?
Yes.
Okay. Is this transcript the attachment to the email?
I don't know.
Is there any reason to doubt that this transcript is the attachment to the email?
No.
Okay. Looking at the body of the email, it says topic Wednesday, train the trainers.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any reason to doubt that this transcript attached to this email is a transcript associated with the video that we just watched?
I don't know, but the date is the same.
Okay. And then where it says recording one, there's a Zoom link.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a link to the video recording?
I don't know what that link goes to.
Well, clearly the call was recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason, does Zoom do anything aside from, in your time at LuLaRoe, did you use Zoom for anything aside from calls with IFRs?
They're mostly calls with IFRs.
Okay. Is there any reason to doubt that this Zoom link is a link to a recording of the train the trainers call from September 7th, 2016?
Unless we click on the link, I don't know what it is.
Council, I'm going to ask that if LuLaRoe hasn't clicked on the link and produced that recording, that it be produced to us today. And I'll follow up in writing.
You can do that. I don't think we've been through the video, we've been through the.
Sure. You're just asking me, so I don't know. So
if you
there's
want me to
no
type-
reason to doubt that you would type up a link here, but so no.
No one's ever argued otherwise.
I'm sorry?
No one's ever argued otherwise.
So in the email that's labeled as Exhibit 100, did you forward the link and transcript to Nicole Santayana for business purposes?
Yes.
I'm going to mark as Exhibit 101, LLR-WA 000-32443.
We're done with 100.
I'm done with 100. What's this? Done with videos. And hopefully almost done first day. So you received this email in your role at LuLaRoe, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Remind me, what was Ben's role when he joined the company?
Leadership and cultural development.
Do you know who hired him?
No.
Is he related to you by blood or marriage?
No.
Is he related to anyone at the company by blood or marriage?
Kenny Brady.
Oh, how is he related to Kenny Brady?
His wife and Ben's wife are first cousins. Okay, so in the email, he writes, team, I look forward to being with you tomorrow for Abridger training. Do you know what Abridger training is? No.
And he continues, I want to give a high-level overview with thoughts from this past week and share my intentions for the week. My focus last week were on the following. Meeting in Arizona discussing high-level State of the Union with top leaders. You mentioned earlier that sometimes you were just expected to attend certain meetings. Were you expected to attend this meeting in Arizona?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It varies depending on what the meeting is about, and I don't recall whether I was expected to attend this meeting or not.
Okay. Do you recall attending the meeting in Arizona in 2016?
Yes.
Oh, so you did attend it?
Yes.
Okay. How long was the meeting?
I don't recall. It started at 9 a.m. though.
Okay. Was it more than one day?
No.
Was it on a weekend?
I don't recall.
Here it references top leaders. Do you recall if mentors attended this meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Did some coaches attend this meeting?
I don't recall.
Are there folks within LuLaRoe who aren't mentors who are considered like influencers?
Yes.
Who might those be?
I don't know. It depends on who's calling who an influencer.
Okay. Have you who do you consider an influencer within LuLaRoe?
Deanne.
Anyone else?
Let's say Lindsay Wheeler. It's just, like I said, it depends on just like the training topics. What's being trained, who needs what sort of experience do they have.
Got it. And so when they talked about, well, so this meeting in Arizona with top leaders, so you mentioned it included mentors. Did it include coaches?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did it include some coaches?
Without assuming, I wouldn't recall.
Okay. Do you recall whether, for example, the Ivanovskys attended?
I don't recall.
Were there times where, coaches who hadn't achieved mentor status would get invited to key meetings that included Mark, Deanne, yourself, and mentors?
Yes.
Were there times where some coaches were invited but not all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Were you involved in determining who was invited to high-level meetings?
No.
Okay. Do you know who at the company would have been involved in determining who was invited?
Without assuming, no.
Okay. So the meeting in Arizona, here it says on the document that it was a high-level, that there was discussion of high-level State of the Union. Was that the name of the meeting?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was that a topic at the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And State of the Union, I understand State of the Union is like, when the president, sits down with the entire country and talks about the status of the country. When you say the topic was State of the Union, is what you mean by State of the Union sort of just like a high-level meeting with top people regarding the state of the company?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall anything else that was discussed?
No.
Okay. And when you say State of the Union was the topic, what was within that topic?
That State of the Union is a general term whenever Mark gets up and talks.
Oh, so how often did it happen?
I don't know. It's either Mark or... Actually, it's more so just when people ask Mark to talk.
And folks at the company call it State of the Union?
I don't know what they call it. When there's not a specific title when Mark talks.
Okay.
But yeah, if there is a State of the Union, it's typically talked to by Mark.
Okay. Got it. Let's go off the record.
Off the record, the time is 5:17 p.m.
I think I'm pretty much done.